this way tonight on the storefront mannequins. The audience with Mona Lisa grins. Moonlight builds emotion as the players Scott Dunlin pull the curtain back and let the show begin. No mischief under low light discipline. Here are the tiny monsters haunt the Harlequin.
Yeah, what's up, Salty?
Silent patrons view the drama under low light discipline. Hear the tiny monsters hunt the Harlequin. No mischief, we be killed or run. To be or not to be beyond the dawn.
Ice hockey. What ice hockey? You talking about like old school shit or like last season? You talking about NHL or like another country? Patrick King. Oh man. Yeah, he's a beast. He's playing for Detroit now, I think. Yeah, I think he's playing for the Red Wings. Historical highlights, yeah. Well, watch the highlights of the 2024 and 2020, well, 2023-2024 seasons, which would be the 2024 Stanley Cup and the 2025 Stanley Cup. And that's my team. The Florida Panthers. The oh, look at this. I'll show you one. I'll show you one right now. This one. This is one of my favorites. This was not last season, but the season before.
Lays it back in deep. Skinner out of the net. Around it goes. Here's a shot blocked as Ekholm able to get down to help Skinner out, and it's flipped away by Hyman. Does that have enough? Maybe.
That is like one of the most incredible fucking efforts I've ever seen in hockey in my life.
Scores! And it goes. Here's a shot blocked as Ekholm able to get down to help Skinner out, and it's flipped away by Hyman. Does that have enough? Maybe. Touchdown! Save today. McDavid, 50 scores. Connor McDavid has
They still scored on that play, but man, just the effort to fucking get through that, like.
Away by Hyman. Does that have enough? Maybe. Touchdown! Save.
That's like an all-time fucking effort right there. That was
This
Watch
one,
this.
I mean, this one's going right in. Look at the effort to just swing at the last second, gets a piece of it. But Connor McDavid heads up, just staying behind, jumps on this. Look at Ekman Larson stop playing. He had a chance
Yeah, what's up, Rob?
to go after McDavid, and McDavid kept playing. And Bill Zito thinks, okay, you got a second chance. Instead, it's Connor McDavid.
What game was this? This was... Man, I want to say this was like game 3 or 4.
McDavid lifting it, scores! Connor McDavid has done it again, and this one's going back to Edmonton.
Oh, man, just when you think you've seen it all, the goalpost by Janmark.
I mean, I'm not going over all of hockey highlights right now, just because I just started streaming. I literally just pushed the button like two minutes ago. So, but Salty told me you guys were looking at hockey. But yeah, I mean, like the last Stanley Cup was great, but it wasn't as good as this one. This first one, man, for the Panthers, that's my team, right? That first cup was just fucking electric. The next cup, I was like, okay, it's less electric. But we also like dominated the entire NHL playoffs. I mean, there was games that we were winning like 5-0, 6-1, 7-3. I mean, or some shit like that. I mean, it was so ridiculous at some point. I mean, granted, like there was times where we were like, okay, we got to get our shit together, like we lose game 1 or something. But nothing beats the first cup. Nothing beats the first cup. Cheering on oil on both. Rough to see Florida of all states take like 5. Yeah, but here's the thing. I understand that. I totally get that. But I grew up in Miami, so I just grew up as a Florida Panthers fan, and I used to go to games as a kid at the Miami Arena. Back when they played in Miami. Now they play in Sunrise, which is in like near Fort Lauderdale. So it's one county over, but it's still South Florida. I mean, if you live in Miami, you can still go see a game. But they used to play in Miami. So I grew up going to those games. And I remember in the 96, we were only, as a team, 3 years old. And we went to our first Stanley Cup against Colorado. And that was the year of the rat. That's when everybody was chucking rats on the ice and everything. And we lost, obviously. And then 30 years later, we beat Connor McJesus twice, and win 2 Stanley Cups. And on top of that, everybody re-signed. So we're going into the next NHL season. Everybody re-signed. Brad Marchand re-signed. I think he signed for a big deal. He's not going to play he's not going to play like every year of that contract, but he might play a couple seasons. And I think that we have a really good shot of being like those 1980s Islanders. Like just like some of those teams that just win a couple cups within 5 years and become like a dynasty team. I really think we have a shot at that. But I mean, obviously, like when you look at the rest of the league, everybody's like, okay, Florida Panthers win 2 cups. Before that, it was Colorado, I believe. And then before that, it was like Tampa Bay. So back when a couple hundred buy tickets. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Gruder just ended up trade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Major company first run, tough to see him traded. Yeah. Where did Gudras go? Did he go to Toronto? I forget where Gudras went. 24 games is to win in a couple. Yeah. Ducks. Oh wow. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, somewhere stupid. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. The thing is, like the the team has changed a lot. Like for example, when we won our first cup 2 years ago, we had Tarasenko. Tarasenko's a legend. I'm not saying he's the best player in hockey, but he's a fucking legend. And then literally the next year after we won the cup, he was already somewhere else. You know, so it's like I have the Tarasenko jersey. You know, I play fantasy hockey. Tarasenko was one of my first keeper ever. I play in a league where it's like a dynasty league. Like the first year, we keep 3 players. The next year we keep 4. The next year we keep 5, and after the 5 we reset. But when I first joined this league like 10 years ago, it was a buddy of mine from high school. My first keeper was Steven Stamkos. But after that, I think it was Tarasenko. And I kept Tarasenko for many, many years. And he was one of my favorite players. And I was really glad that he got to he won a cup with St. Louis. He won a cup with us. He did win a cup with St. Louis. He won a cup with us. And then on the next year he was on to another team, so being a great up. Yeah. Took shit on the Hawks, traded to Florida, did almost nothing. Wasted Cup. Yeah. A buddy of mine, really, really, really good buddy of mine, is a big Blackhawks fan. He's from Chicago. Big Blackhawks fan. And this last year, when Seth Jones was killing it, he just texted me like, "Fuck you, dude." I was like, dude, I can't. I don't know what's going on. I didn't control this. All right. Hawks need a major rebuild. Hawks, man. I mean, that's like a fucking legendary organization. They need something. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, I'm still really optimistic about the Panthers. I'm pretty sure everybody's sick and tired of seeing the Panthers right now, but we basically kept everybody, and it's such a really solid core that you don't need to be the best team during the regular season. You certainly can't be the worst playoff contender to think that you have a magnificent shot at the cup. But whatever, you come in third place in your division or whatever. like it's not that big of a deal. The Panthers just need to stay healthy and positive throughout the course of the regular season, and then they get to the playoffs and they do it all over again. Then they play Toronto, then they play the Rangers, then they play Boston or something. I don't know. Probably not Boston. I don't know. Boston's probably doing a rebuild too, but Carolina, Tampa Bay. The Panthers just need to keep repeating this formula of beating Toronto, Carolina, and Tampa Bay consistently. And I think they at least have another shot at going back to the cup in the next year or two. I'm not saying winning it, because that's just a really fucking hard thing to do, but Landon Marchand, he ended up being one of the biggest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Marchand was huge, man. I can't believe Boston let him go like that. Do you ever see the video of when the front office learned that Marchand got let go? What was it? There's a video of like general managers and everything like learning that Marchand got traded. Oh, here's Biz.
Last minute possibility. We're hearing that Brad Marchand could become a Florida Panther.
Holy. I said get out of the East, Brad. I said get out of the East.
So he and Sam Bennett rectified their differences at Four Nations, and now potentially they can be teammates.
I don't know.
Potentially.
I don't know how this is going to look. He's out for a little bit of time, but I'm starting to get people telling me that they're hearing that Brad Marchand could be traded to Florida.
Wow. Okay. We have the Woj bombs. That's a Fried firecracker plus.
Look at Biz.
Last minute possible.
No, look at Biz. Where's he at? Look at Biz.
firecracker plus.
Look at him, man. This. Amazing. Amazing. I love watching Biz and fucking Marchand go back and forth, man. It's great. No, but there's a video. Oh man. I think I have it somewhere on Instagram, but it would take me forever to find it on Instagram. But there's a video of like the like management realizing that he was traded to Florida, and they were like, fuck. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I think you got to think like also too, like we're really lucky, you know. I mean, Toronto. Think about Toronto. Toronto. You have I mean, you thought you had a solid core. I think Marner signed with Vegas, but he was their golden boy, you know. And they have Austin Matthews. They had a really solid situation, but they just couldn't like ignite it, you know. Not enough to at least beat Florida. Carolina's talented, but they're not. But it's like they just don't want it enough. Carolina has a lot of fucking talent, but they can't fucking. Same thing with Toronto. They can't just ignite it, you know. And Tampa Bay is always going to be Tampa Bay. I mean, fucking, you got Cooch. Who's that other guy? Fucking the young kid. I forget the young kid's name. And that's all we really have to worry about is fucking Toronto, Carolina, and Tampa Bay. Just like a cycle over and over again. Maybe the Rangers. I think the Rangers are probably going to do a rebuild too. But we really don't have to worry about much, you know. So I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. I'm you know, I'm in such a better mood than I have been in the past month or two. I haven't streamed all week because, you know, I've been working, and, you know, prior to this week, if you saw me streaming, it was like one of those streams where I was working while I was streaming. But I finally finished that project that I was working on Friday. So this is like the first weekend that I've had to myself where I just don't have to think about work. And right as that happened, NFL preseason started. So tomorrow, do you know who the Miami Dolphins are playing? The motherfucking Chicago Bears. Now it's fucking preseason, whenever it's week 1 preseason, but still. My buddy who's a Hawks fan, I texted him, I was like, most important game of the season is tomorrow. Fish versus Bears. Fish and the Bears. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I mean, I don't have any high hopes for the Dolphins, but and you know, you never can. But I mean, it's just, you know, with football picking up, that means hockey's going to pick up, basketball's going to pick up. Basketball is kind of like, you know, just not as exciting as it used to be. Hockey is beyond exciting. They like switched places. More people are getting into hockey than they are basketball now. So. Get up for a piss. Oh, I was just talking about the Bears. Bears Dolphins tomorrow. Bears Dolphins. Noon on NFL Network. Preseason week 1. Bears Dolphins. Love it. Love it. I mean, whatever. It's preseason A, and it's the Dolphins. You know, I love the Dolphins, but they fucking lose every year, so it's just one of those heartbreak kind of things. I don't even know what's being worse. What's worse sometimes, like being a Cowboys fan, being a Browns fan, being a Dolphins fan. I don't even know what's worse. And don't even fucking sit here being like, oh, it's worse being a Bears fan. No, it's definitely not. Definitely not. Probably Browns. Yeah, Browns. Although, did you see Shedeur Sanders the other day? He actually did well. I think it was like 14 for 23, threw over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had some solid runs, some solid throws. He was looking really good, which I thought would always be the case. But his draft, the whole thing with the draft was just so fucking. it was such a spectacle. It was like so drama riddled. Denver Green Bay. I haven't seen any. I know there was a lot of games today. I think it was like 10 games today or something. I didn't see any highlights today. I don't even, whatever the preseason stuff. I really don't. Yeah, I'm more the only thing that I like about the preseason is that it gives me a view of the people that I'm going to draft in my league as sleepers in like round 14, 15, 16, like that kind of thing. You get a good preview of those people that nobody else is looking at. And that's the only thing I really like about the preseason is that you get to see some of the players that nobody else is looking at. And then when you go to your draft, you can clean house, Picking a fantasy. I mean, if there's an open spot, I'm only right now. I'm only in 2 leagues. I'm in a league that I've been in for more than 10 years, and another league that I just picked up a couple years ago just to fill a spot for a buddy. The league that I've been in for 10 years, I mean, that's impossible to get into, but it's also like, it's not a lot. I think all of us, it's like $100 each, It's not even, it's not even about the money. It's about the win. Like most of us don't even care about the money. We're all doing okay for ourselves. We don't even care about the money. We just want to win. But yeah, no, that league's had the same players for a long time. The other league that I'm in, I'm like I said, I'm just a rando in that league. A buddy of mine from the army, was just asking around for extra players. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll join. And it's a league. He's the only person I know in that league. Everybody else is, just friends of his. But I mean, the real strategy to win a league is to fucking destroy the waiver wire. Destroy it. Like really, like the first week, you want to get all your handcuffs. Your bench needs to be super fucking deep. You have to plan to just write out one defense for 10, 12 weeks and just keep them. Don't even worry about it. One kicker, keep that guy. Don't even worry about it. Have those guys have bye weeks like after week 10. Who cares about their points? And everybody else that's on your team, only one quarterback. Do not get another quarterback until whenever the bye week comes. Then the rest of the spots that you have, just fucking fill it up. I mean, you're going to have your core starters, but the rest of your bench needs to be people that you don't even plan on using. It's just people that that other people are going to want 5, 6, 7 weeks down the line. Because people are going to get injured, people are going to get traded, people are going to get arrested. Now, all kinds of shit happens. And when that does happen, everybody's going to be looking to the waiver wire like, oh, I can't wait to pick up this one player. I can't wait. Oh, he's going to be starting next week because the other guy got fucking traded or whatever. And then it's like, boom, they can't because you already had him. You picked him up in week 1 and you've been stashing him. And just stack your bench. Just slaughter the waiver wire. And it's not even about using those players. It's about starving the league of the talent. You have to wire in a QB2. I guess it just depends. I play Yahoo. Are you talking QB2 because some asshole has like 3 or 4 QBs on the roster and like looking for a big trade? Man, I mean that sounds like a really active league. I mean, all of us are active in our league in the sense that we keep things updated, but we're not like constantly trading. There's like one guy that likes to trade a lot, but for the most part, we just kind of like stick with our core for the most part. Yeah, Yahoo. Yeah, I play Yahoo too. I played ESPN before. Some people do that 2 QB leagues and stuff. I'll do it, because I'm a fantasy nut. But I usually just play Yahoo. I do 2 Yahoo football leagues, 1 Yahoo hockey league, and then once in a while I'll just pick up like a random basketball league. But it's all on Yahoo. But I mean, I used to do like Yahoo golf, fantasy NASCAR, all that shit. I do DraftKings. I mean, I love it. I love it. It's just so fun.
Hello, stranger, can you tell us where you've been? More importantly, however did you come to be here? Though a stranger, you can rest here for a while. But save your energy, your journey here is far from over. Come the sunrise, we'll descend through Judgment Valley.
Cats. Pulling in cats. What do you mean cats? Oh, pulling like people. Okay. Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, just let me know. Yeah, if you get leagues going, I'm always down. I am fucking addicted to fantasy, so I do both. I do both, and I'll do auction drafts. I don't even care. Like you know, if there's a league out there, I am gonna join. Yeah, just let me know. Just DM me or something.
No direction but to follow what you know. No direction but a faith in her decision. No direction
Cool. Yeah,
but
sounds
to
good.
never fight her flow. No direction but to trust the final destination. You're a stranger till she whispers you can stay. You're a stranger till she whispers that your journey's over. Weigh your worth before her majesty, the Verde River. Weigh your worth before her majesty, the Verde River. Weigh your worth before her majesty, the Verde River.
I don't know if I'm for I tend to go to the lobby, which blows. I'll look around. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, 5100 is perfect. I can even go even like a little higher. Like if people want to do 150 or something like that, I'm usually down. I don't even care. As long as it's not like, you know, $1,000. You know, I can't afford $1,000 a league. But yeah, definitely like $1,500, no problem. In a person, right? You Discord. Oh, let me just give it to you then. I'll just make you a. The thing is, like, ever since like that whole fucking, ever since that person came into my Discord and fucking desecrated it with that picture in every channel, I just have not given a shit about Discord. But I'll just make you a mod in there.
But to trust the final destination. You're a stranger till she whispers you can stay. You're a stranger till she whispers that your journey's over. We are one before her majesty, the Verde River. We are one before her majesty, the Verde River. We are one before her majesty, the Verde River. We are one before her majesty, the Verde River.
Looks like he's already in there. I see Rob Hova. He's already in there. He's the price that draws people. Can't know these things. Yeah, somebody came in. Somebody came in at the same time that I had a lot of drama with fucking PP Man. And I swear that it was him that did that because he's such a fucking degenerate piece of shit that I have no problem thinking that it was him that did that. But some people were like, no, it might have been like, you know, some random 4chan shit or whatever. It's like, maybe, but like at the same time, like I'm a nobody. Like, why would 4chan want to target me for something like that? You know, it's like, it was just happened to be like right at the same time that fucking, the PP man was fucking saying horrible things about me in his Discord, then I was like, all right, fuck this. This is definitely him. Like I am absolutely fine with being inclined to think the worst thing about somebody if there's perfectly good reason to. And there definitely was at that time. There still is too. He's a piece of shit, man. Aren't you salty? Aren't you balancer of tyranny? Or is that what you go by in salties or turbos? What are you in mine? Turbo named me that in his. Well, it's a good name. That's a good name. What is yours and mine? Oh, is that you? I don't know. Oh, Ryan. Oh, okay. There we go. Gotcha. Yep. I don't even know what I'm doing here. View, manage roles. Yeah, yeah. Yep. 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 I had that solved. Thought I had that solved. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Should be modded now. You can do whatever you want in there. I think. I've never done this before, but I think I'd manage to do that. Echoes and specters, and ghosts of none the wiser. Apparitions each of bad decisions brush on by. Jumped out of turbos again. Company kept. What? I mean, you know, look, I love turbo. I think turbo's awesome, but I see turbo like talking to PPG sometimes on his stream or whatever, and I'm like anybody that associates with PPG, I'm just like, fuck that, man. Now, it's difficult because, like, for example, fucking Casey was talking to PPG last weekend. I think I rated into Casey at the end of my stream, and he was talking to fucking PPG. And it's like, whatever. I'm not going to disown Casey for having a conversation with PPG. I'm not going to disown anybody for having a conversation with him. But it's just like, why even talk to that guy? Such a fucking loser. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I mean, whatever. People are people. They're gonna be friends with whoever they want. I'm not gonna pass judgment or crucify anybody for, the friends you want to. Friends, I say friends. Yeah, the people you want to keep in your circles, but. Yo, what's up, Nader? I join his streams to do my best to piss him off. He's a fucking little cow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. I get it. Look, look, just because he is a horrible person, it doesn't mean that I'm not realistic about what value he does provide. He is funny, right? He is funny to watch, right? It's always he's interesting. He's an interesting, funny person. So I'm not going to blame anybody for watching his stream. Or engaging with his content. I'm not gonna, I would not. I get it. I totally get it. But for me, it's absolute no go. Like I remember like a couple months back, I forget who brought me into a call with him, but we were all in a call, and I guess one of the points of the call was to like kind of make amends with people. And they brought me in, and all I wanted was a sincere apology. And he's just like I don't remember the entire call because it was a while ago, but I remember at the end of it, he was like, "Okay, well, if it will make you feel better, then I'm sorry." And I was like, "Fuck you," and I just left the call. I was like, "Fuck you, man. I'm out of here. Fuck you." Like, if you don't want to sincerely apologize, then I'm done with it. Arete. Oh, that must be Shang. That must be the Shang. I noticed that. What's up, Leggett Lanus Jr. fans? Intro right there. Is that you, Shang? No self-awareness? Yeah, exactly. Spent the better 2 years hate watching since I was like one of 3 people in his Twitch stream. I remember a long time ago, before I even knew anybody in this space. I remember watching his streams. He had the baklava on, right? He was streaming. Yeah, he was like completely masked up. he had the Potato King situation going on. I remember seeing him being like, "Who is this fucking political guy?" The ski mask. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember that was even before I knew anybody in this space. I remember like just scrolling through the politics channel and seeing him there, and be like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And it's crazy to think. Like, what made him? That's how fucking attention starved he is as a person, because he thought it'd be a good idea to be anonymous, which it is a good idea to be anonymous, right? But he's decided, fuck it. No, I need more attention. So I'm just going to take it off. I'm just going to go for it. Whereas when Potato King was streaming, Potato never took his mask off. I think there might have been one situation where like he thought he was done streaming and he might have taken it off and somebody saw who he was, but I wasn't there for that. I don't remember. I've only heard about that. He wants attention. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Starts out okay, then he gets more drunk. And more cringe and loca. I see that more maybe like sober on a stream. Yeah. So you'd be a different person. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Peak Mike Peak, yeah. GoFundMe to get him a better mic. That's very generous, dude. That's beyond generous. Maybe refund everyone. Yeah. That's beyond generous for him. So I don't know. He fixed it. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about his stream. He doesn't care about the quality. He doesn't care about how you experience him at all. You know? The thing about him is that I've known people like him for a long time. You know, like I've said a million times here, and people are sick of probably hearing me talk about it, but I used to work in a strip club, right? So I used to know the most degenerate fucking people on the planet. Like every day. Like every day I went into work, I know these people. And these are the kind of people that would, like, you know, if you're a good person, they could care less about you. But if you're the kind of person that you can do drugs with them in the bathroom and fucking, you know, it's like to go in the stall with some random like PPG's the kind of person that would walk into a bar and feel more comfortable with a person with a person who would go into a bathroom stall with him to do drugs, who he doesn't even know their name, than someone he actually knows, or a genuine person who's nice and, like, you know, and isn't a fucking shithead. You know, he feels more at home with somebody that could just walk into a bathroom stall and do a random amount of drugs. He's that kind of fucking guy, dude. He's a narcissist, and he's so uneducated a lot of what he talks about, but listen anyway. Well, look, you know, I'll say this: I've never said he's not smart. All right, in a lot of ways, I think he's smarter than me sometimes, because he can recall a lot of history that I can't. You know, he could probably speak more intelligently on some topics that I just don't touch. Like geopol or economics or things like that. You know, I just don't normally talk about that stuff, and it's just because I just don't know enough about it. Like I can't. If somebody said, "Hey, you need to have a conversation about economics with non-fawn," I'd be like, "Okay, well, that's a bad idea. Like, why would I do that?" You know. And in some respects, I can see the same thing with PPG. You know, I'm not saying he knows everything, but he certainly knows more than me in some respects. But I've never said he was dumb. You know, he's just an asshole. He's a bad person. You know, it's okay. Like, it's one thing to be smart and entertaining, but if you're a fucking scumbag, he is smart. He's an occasion and thinks he. Yeah. Talk about my version of politics. I feel like every time I went to the stream in that bathroom with him. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's definitely two-faced. He's for sure two-faced. Yeah. Anyways, whatever. I'm not gonna get too much into the fucking PP man. All right. I'm done with that chapter of my life. He's a special person. And he is a scumbag, but, you know, whatever. You know, look, you know, people want to watch him. I get it. You know, he is funny and he is entertaining. So that's what people, you know. I don't think I'm any of those things. I mean, I just stream to, you know, it's a hobby of mine. I just push the button and do what I want to do, and I don't care if people fucking want to hang around or not. If you don't, that's fine. If you do, that's great. But, you know, he's he's very like, "Hey, what's up? I'm fucking political understander guy. I'm here to fucking have you laugh at me and, I don't know, I mean, whatever." But it's probably more entertaining to watch him than my stream. You know, and I'm fine with that. I'm totally cool with that. Funny, he's cringe as fuck. He is cringe. I know. Salty look. I know. But for for people that don't know him that well, if they come across his stream, and think he's like funny or entertaining or whatever, I wouldn't blame them for thinking that. They just don't know him. They don't know how much a fucking asshole, loser, scumbag he is. Super Nerd tomorrow streaming playing D&D, and I have no clue what I'm doing in D&D. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've never played D&D, so I don't know. The only thing I know about D&D is Nat 20. That's it. That's all I know. I'm gonna grab another drink. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes.
Dust devil swept you away. It's still not real. Lash and earn in silence. Talk to me. Dust devil swept you away. My recollections are all that's left of you. Swirl and sway without me. Dust devil swept you away. Whirling, playful, dancing about you. What's left of you is ash and earth and the silence. Dust devil swept you away. It's still not real. Ash and earth and silence. Dust devil swept you away. My recollections are all that's left of you. Swirl and sway without me. Dust devil swept you away. Whirling, playful, dancing. What's left of you?
What's up, Stream Hub? What's up, Rambo? I'll watch some videos here in a minute. Kind of wanted to jam out. I have not had my mind to myself for months with the work that I've been doing. Where I finally had this moment where I pushed a button and fucking everything I've been doing for the past few months in terms of work just went where it needed to go, and I'm like, oh my god, I could finally fucking be myself again. So I've kind of just been readjusting to reality this weekend. Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you guys saw me. I was working on stream. I mean, all that stuff that I was doing while I was working, while I was streaming. Like I even like I could have even streamed this week and did the same thing, but I was like, I'm too close to the finish line here. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna fucking, just fucking barrel through it and just get it done. And soon as Friday, the irony is, soon as Friday hit, you know, we were supposed to move to production with this one thing that we've been working on for a while, and the platform that we used to move things to production was down that day. So, so I went into that day having finished everything, and then we realized we couldn't even move it. And I was like, "Fuck this, man! Fuck everything! Fuck the world, man!" So we're gonna move it on Monday. It's not a big deal, but like we've been working on this since February. Since February, we've been working on this one thing. And I don't know. I finally can breathe again. I got a bunch of stuff I want to ask Casey, though. For anybody that's been around for some of Casey and I's famous conversations that turned into rabbit holes about fucking is something racist or not, basically. I have like every time I have a thought, I fucking jot it down, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna ask Casey if it's if it's good or bad. But I saw something interesting today because there was a Vice article that came out saying that racism is possibly a mental illness. And in my mind, I was thinking, if that's the case, if racism is a mental illness, then do liberals and leftists have to answer for all of their ableism? You know, because if it is a mental illness, and they've been railing against racism for a long time. I mean, I'm not a fan of racism. Ironic racism's fine. You know, funny, like comedic, you know, stand-up comedy racism's fine. Ironic racism, I don't have a problem with, because I don't have a problem if it comes in my direction. But you know, like, you know, unironic Ku Klux Klan kind of shit. Yeah, obviously I'm not down with that. But you know, if racism is a mental illness, then do liberals and leftists owe an apology and have to account for their ableism? Also, if racism needs power, is it possible for black people in Africa to be racist? Because the big thing here is, like, you know, you can't be racist towards white people because they have all the power. Well, if that's the case, if that's how we're defining it, then is it possible for them to be racist in Africa? You know, is that okay? And then I have a shit ton of, I don't know if anybody's ever seen like the shit show that is me talking about some people choose to live in chaos and squalor. I have a ton of Instagram reels saved up for that. I mean, we've already talked about that many times, but there's more where I'm like, I want to just keep digging at that fucking wound. Oh, actually, you know what? Actually, like, hold on. Salty, if you're still there, there was something I wanted to show you. I don't know why I have this, but I do have a link for it. The underlying question was: is there such thing as a quote Arab Australian? Then I have a link for it. Let's see. Yeah. Like in the same way, like, African American, is there such thing as an Arab Australian? And I think I must have had something that showed that was like a. Oh. The Prime Minister is calling for social cohesion, reminding Aussies that everyday people are not responsible for the actions of foreign governments and organizations. 9 News. How long ago was this, though? If racism and mental illness lives and lefties can't be angry about it and need to support the racists trying to heal. Yeah, exactly. That was a great talk we had on that topic. Oh, on the chaos and squalor. Yeah. I have a ton of reels saved for that, like for round 9 of whenever Casey and I possibly pick. I think, I don't know if Casey will ever want to talk about that again, because he was getting a little heated about it, but and if he doesn't want to talk about it, that's fine. I'm not going to press it. But there was more reels that I came up with. I have like 8 or 9 reels of just nothing but chaos and squalor. And it's like, I mean, just choose not to do that. Just choose not to do that, Actually, wait. Let me just do this. Hold on. Yeah, I'll just do this. Let me do this real quick. I don't know if Salty's still out there, but if he is, let me see. Yep.
Not responsible for what the actions of either Hamas, terrorist organisations, or governments do. The young Jewish boy or girl going to the local school should not be harassed because of who they are. They are not responsible for what is going on in Gaza. And Arab Australians or Muslims are not responsible for what Hamas did. Now, there's no place for...
So that was it, right? I want to know if there is such things as Arab, was it Arab Australians or Muslim Australians?
Anti-Semitism, there's no place for Islamophobia. There's no place for hatred in this country. Most Australians who don't follow this on a day-to-day basis, who don't think this is like fighting for a team in a game, that what they want is for innocent lives to...
Stack of Arabs, yeah, I know, but the thing is, like, over there, do you guys have this concept of like here we have African Americans, Mexican Americans, Native American, well, I don't know if Native Americans is in the same category, but like we have all these like qualifier words before American type people, right? Do you guys have that over there? Nope, just Aussies. Yeah, exactly.
Not be lost. For people to stop killing each other. That's what they just think about when they think about the Middle East.
So is he? So what is he just being fucking soy or diplomatic or like what? Like him saying that. Is that just like a left leaning or leftist kind of a vibe to have over there, or it's like, oh yeah, we're Arab Australians, Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna say those words. I'm sure they're all great words, And I know you guys get a different thing going on over there. I know. Okay. But I mean, this is the Prime Minister, so I'm assuming that either he's being soy or diplomatic. I can't tell. But he said like Arab Australians, Muslim Australians.
People are not responsible for what the actions of either Hamas terrorist organisations or governments do. The young Jewish boy or girl going to the local school should not be harassed because of who they are. They are not responsible for what is going on in Gaza. And Arab Australians or Muslims are not responsible for what Hamas did. Now, there's no place for anti-Semitism. There's no place for...
That's the only thing that I took away from this clip was the fact that he said Arab Australians. I was like, I gotta ask Salty about that one, man. Because it just didn't fit. It didn't fit with what I think is the vibe over there, you know. Like the way I imagine Australians, you know, living their lives on a day-to-day basis is you're either a cunt or you're not, right? That's basically it. You're either a cunt or you're not. I did have another Aussie one. Where is it? Oh, remember last time we were looking at renditions? There's good cunts and bad cunts. Yeah. Remember last time we were looking at renditions? This was a great rendition. I hadn't heard this song in a long time. It's like an 80s song.
I made a fire and watching it burn. I thought of your future with one foot in the past. Now just how long will it last? Now, have you no ambitions? My mother and my brothers used to breathe in clean air and dreaming I'm a doctor. It's hard to be a man when there's a gun in your hand. Oh, I feel so. Something happens and I'm head over heels. I never found out till I'm head over heels. Something happens and I'm head over heels. I don't take my heart, don't break my heart, don't throw it away. This is my four-leaf clover. I made a fire and watching.
It's such a good song. It's like a fucking 80s jam right there. But I never heard it like a rendition like that. There was an Aussie clip. I had one. It was one that I think Salty would appreciate. Oh, Social Contagion. This is one. Okay, I'm gonna find that Aussie clip in a second, but this is one. This one with Tom Cruise right here. This is one I wanted to talk to Casey about. Check this out. I thought this was interesting. This was really, like, kind of fascinating to me.
Did you guys see how Tom Cruise conned everyone out of COVID and back in theaters and working? Did you hear about this?
No.
This is crazy. When everything was shutting down and everyone's like scared to do productions during COVID and the pandemic, he called up another studio and he lied.
This is what I really did. I called the studio. I was like, yeah, you guys shooting? He's like, no, we can't. We're all shut down for that. I said, oh, wow. I said, you know, we're shooting our movies. And they're like, what?
He was like, oh, no, we're still filming. No, we're all green lights. We're good to go. So then that studio was like, well, Tom Cruise is filming.
So I called back a week later and I was like, how's it going? They said, oh, yeah, we're shooting our films. I said, because we're coming out next summer.
And then that studio talked to another one. And then he came back to his studio after they started filming. And he went, look, they're filming.
And then I called the studio that I was working with. I said, look, all these guys are making movies. We got to make movies. So, and I just kept everyone working throughout. So they were like, okay, we got to make movies.
He fucking just chess moved everybody back into production.
That's awesome.
He basically reinvigorated cinema during the pandemic by conning people.
It was the mission he chose to accept.
Did you guys see how Tom Cruise?
Like, if that's not an argument for social contagion, I don't know what is. that is fucking lock solid social contagion right there. And that's I'm going to bring that up with Casey. I want to know what he thinks about that one. What was the other one? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, this one's great. This is kind of rando, but it's kind of great.
Progressives have really got to figure out how to deal with this buzzkill problem. I know these are important issues, but you do realize we annoyed the average American into fascism. You do realize that. Progressives have really got to figure out how to deal with this buzzkill problem.
I mean, they definitely got to figure something out. The Joe Rogan of the left or whatever it is. Where is it? 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 Oh, here it is. Here we go. Yeah, this one's for Salty.
Oi, boys! It's my mate Chad, just in from the States. G'day.
Hey, here he is. You want a fucking beer, you mad cunt?
Actually, I got something a little better.
Holy fuck! He's got a fucking gun.
Six-pack of Aussie's favorite brew. Get that shit out of here, cunt. That's chlamydia
What
and
the
apple
fuck?
juice mixed together.
Did you get that
stuck
through
the piss out of a kangaroo's cock?
That beer is not Australian. What the fuck? Don't bring that shit. I don't even know where you fucking got that shit. That's not Australian beer.
Come on, boys, have a brew with your buddy.
Damn right.
Sorry about him. Not the smartest chap, is he?
You know, we've never actually tried Foster's. We might as well give it a go.
Aussies don't drink Fosters. Tell the rest of them. Oi, boys! It's my mate Chad, just in from the States. G'day.
Yeah, I don't know. I've drank many a Foster's in my day, and I never had a problem with them. They were always, the thing is, like, Foster's is a very common beer to find in a gas station around here in the States. And if you put a fucking, they don't even brew it anymore. Well, somebody's brewing it because it's still around. The thing is that if somebody put a Bud Light or a Foster's in front of me, I'm choosing Foster's 10 out of 10 times, dude. Bud Light is piss. Bud Light is actual fucking piss. No wonder fucking pee-pee drinks it. It's fucking piss. It's not even beer. It's just piss water. I would rather drink Foster's all day long than fucking Bud Light. Brewed in the UK. Carlton United. Okay. Yeah. Either way, man. Dude, I just can't drink Bud Light. You know, I'm sorry if I offend anybody out there. It's just Bud Light to me is like the worst thing that man ever created. And I'm talking even before the whole Dylan Mulvaney shit. I'm like, it was still bad. I've always hated Bud Light. It's so fucking bad. And anytime I'm at a party and they're drinking Bud Light and that's all they have, I'll just drink water or something. I might as well drink water. It's at least water tastes good. Whereas fucking Bud Light just doesn't taste good, and it's just water. It's bad tasting water. And I would, if somebody said, "Oh, we got Foster's and we got Bud Light," give me Foster's, bro. Let's go. I'm fucking tanking fucking Foster's compared to fucking Bud Light, man. Hey, this is not even a competition. What else we got here? Lots going on in the UK. I got a couple videos about that. People are really scared about Christian nationalists all of a sudden over here. I was like, I remember during the election, I was like, man, there are just so many scarier figures out there. You guys are worried about Trump? No, you need this guy right here. This guy's name is, I think his name is Doug Wilson. And I remember the thing, I know who this guy is because Aristotle turned me on to him. Aristotle was like, here, check this guy out. And I was like, wow, okay, this is a different level. This is a different level. This is, and I'm like, and I was just like, man, you guys are scared about Trump? Bro, there are fucking crazy. You need to be more concerned about other things than fucking Trump, bro.
Women are the kind of people that
if this is what scares you,
people come out of.
So you just think
Women are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies. That's
Well,
it. They're just a vessel.
No, it doesn't take any talent to simply reproduce biologically. The wife and mother, who is the chief executive of the home, is entrusted with 3 or 4 or 5 eternal souls.
I'm here as a working journalist, and I'm a mom of 3.
Good for you.
Is that an issue
No,
for you?
And no, it's not automatically an issue.
Christchurch senior pastor Doug Wilson is the leader of a Christian nationalist movement that believes in a patriarchal society where men are dominant and women are expected to submit to their husbands. Josh and Amy Prince, along with their 4 kids, moved from Washington State to Moscow, Idaho, where Wilson's movement is based.
Do you see Amy as your equal?
Yes and no. In the sense that we're both saved by grace, we're absolutely on equal footing. But we have very different purposes, God-given.
But do you see yourself as the head of the household, as the man?
He is the head of our household. Yes, and I do submit to him.
So like moving here
I was just
was
going to say that.
ultimately your decision.
Yes.
That's a great
example.
Wilson says in his vision of a Christian society, women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors, Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter, agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote as households. And I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast the vote having discussed it with my household.
But what if there's your wife doesn't want to vote for the same person as you?
Right. Well, then that's a great opportunity for a good discussion.
There are some who have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I'd support it on the basis that the atomization that comes with our current system is not good for humans.
And Wilson, a veteran himself, is unapologetic about his view that women shouldn't be in certain leadership or combat roles.
Looking at the leadership page for Christchurch, it's all men. Do you accept women in leadership roles in the church and in government?
In the church, no.
Why?
Because the Bible says not to.
Well, that's not what happens in the Bible. Women do lead all the time.
Progressive faith leader Reverend Jennifer Butler is concerned about Wilson's growing influence.
He is rapidly gaining in power. He has hundreds of churches established around the country. They actually literally want to take over towns and cities, and they have access to this administration.
Wilson's highest level connection to the administration is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
It's not organizationally tied to us, but it's the kind of thing we love to see.
For his part, Hegseth has publicly praised Wilson.
Now we're standing on the shoulders of a generation later, the Doug Wilsons and the others.
Women are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies?
Bro, you think Trump is scary? You think Trump is scary? Oh no, man! And mark my words. I've been saying this even before the election, when people were fucking. Most of the people I was talking to were either just like enthusiastic third partiers, your Caseys, your NOKs, your Midas, things like that. And or anti-Trumpers, people more like Red Radius, Non-Fawn, things like that. But I remember from the third party perspective, it was just I got more of a sense that they were more afraid of. They weren't as afraid of, a Trump administration versus a Harris or Biden administration. But for the anti-Trumpers, it was definitely more. No, we're very concerned about Trump, and it's like, bro, bro, you don't even know. There's much more controversial figures out there. Limiting power and some combat roles, some is fine, but many I do not like it at all. Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, if there's a fucking female super soldier out there that can become a Navy SEAL, I think that's cool and that should happen. You know, if she wants to, if she can do the same things that men can do, I don't have a problem with the inclusion there. But you have to meet those standards. You know, when you get to that level, when you get to those levels, there's no wavering on the standards. Now, you can't be like, oh, I have a good work-life balance and I'm a mom and I'm a fucking special operations. Like, probably not. No, you need to be dedicated to it, in the same way that a man is. I'm not saying a woman can't do it. I'm sure there are women out there that can. They're going to be very rare, but I'm sure there are women that can do it. But you look, I'm just of the mindset of you have to meet the same standards. There's no wavering on the standards. If you want to be that badass, you have to be that badass. Period. The end. And I think that women can be an asset in some of those roles. Obviously, the unit cohesion and dynamics, introducing a female soldier into those environments is definitely something that a lot of male soldiers or seamen or airmen or Marines need to learn. That's going to be it's not going to be normal or easy, but I think you can do it. But having women in certain roles, in certain frontline roles, can be an asset, especially in terms of intelligence, because women are going to trust women more depending on certain situations. So if you need intelligence from a woman and you have some guy who's fucking 6'5" with the fucking, wearing night vision and holding a fucking scar, and trying to get, information, it's probably going to be easier to get that information from a female resource. Inherent instinct men have to protect women. A platoon leader choose to send a woman on a high risk task versus a man, even if a woman is better in a position. I think most men would choose to send another man, not a woman, even if it made the task that's less likely to succeed. Yeah, I agree. I don't disagree with that. I agree with that. I also think that men have a better instinct for defaulting to violence when it's necessary. Whereas a woman will try to find a way out of using violence. But there's some situations where you need violence. Violence is what's called for, and there is no getting out of it. Right? And a man is more equipped to deal with that moment than a woman is. I just think, White Knight syndrome. Yeah. It's true. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with you guys, but at the same time, I'm not completely adverse to the idea. But it's the thing is that, for one, the standards cannot be lowered. Standards cannot be lowered. And the expectations of the job can't be lowered either. You have to be dedicated to that role. You need to be able to default towards violence and not be like, well, wait, what about this or what about that? No. Default to violence. That's your job. Your job is to default to violence. And a man is just much better at that, MP's artillery, yeah, but infantry, various spec op. Yeah. Yeah, MP's artillery, logistics, signal, intelligence, even aviation. Even aviation, I think, would be fine too. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on your it depends on your opinion on female pilots, but I know that's in recent months and weeks been a fun topic to discuss. Mm. What do we got here? White people bond over their racism. What is this?
Can we talk about how in white social circles, if you're not racist, you get called boring? Rural California has a lot of conservative white people, and I would say they are like this the most, but they will make some really overused and stupid joke where the punchline is someone's race. Something I heard a lot growing up was, what do you call two Mexican basketball players? It's Juan on Juan. It's just not funny, right? Like, it's not creative. The punchline is someone's race.
That's awesome. What are you talking about? One on one. One on one is fucking awesome. That's the kind of racism that's okay. That's good. That's fine. That's totally fine. I'm fine with that. One on one. I love it.
Race, or the fact that they're a woman, or the fact that they're an immigrant. And if you don't laugh or you say, oh, that's not really that funny, then they'll be like, oh, look who doesn't have a sense of humor. Like, woke, liberal, like, you're so boring. Have you ever considered that you're just not funny? That you just are not original, and humor doesn't have to be making fun of somebody to be good, right? In these white circles, the way that they so casually are racist is integral to keeping people together. Like, racism bonds white people together in a lot of places, and I'm fucking tired of it. And that's why I don't hang out with people like this in my adulthood, when I don't have to see them or associate with these types of people, when I have that choice, unlike when I was a child. Can we talk about how in white social circles, if you're not racist, you get called boring?
Oh, some of the best comedy out there is racist as hell. It doesn't mean you're dropping hard R's every 2 seconds. It just means you're having funny, honest observations about fucking reality, and people don't go fucking crazy over it, you know? Sure, I have some here. Something happens when I'm head over heels. I don't know if this is racist, but this was a comedian.
The number of white people who can't even eat bread anymore.
Oh yeah. This is this is great. No, this is great.
The number of white people who can't even eat bread anymore. It's alarming. You guys see all these gluten-free options popping up are for us, by us. There's nobody else. Nobody else is ordering this shit. Not that I've seen. Every white person I know has some sort of allergy, intolerance, sensitivity. I've never been to a restaurant seen a black dude like that. Fucking peanuts in here? I've never seen a black dude mention gluten in my fucking life. I think anybody. I asked one of my black buddies if he worries about gluten. He looked me in the eye and said, "Who's that?"
That's it. I mean, that was hard to hear, and it was kind of muffled, but essentially, you know, the joke is that white people worry about gluten so much, and he asked his black friend if he's worried about gluten, and his black friend was like, "Who's that?" Like, that's good. That's funny. That's hilarious. And that's exactly what Mark Maron was talking about here. You have to be fucking, what did he say? Like, stop being a buzzkill?
Progressives have really got to figure out how to deal with this buzzkill problem. I know these are important issues, but you do realize we annoyed the average American into fascism. You do realize that.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That lady, that blonde white lady, whatever her name is, fucking Kaylee, whatever the hell. That was the same chick that got fucking she walked off of the debate with Andrew Wilson on the Whatever podcast. This is that video that we saw of her talking about white people bonding over racism. He's exactly who he was talking about. Jesse Lee, yeah, I got some JLP. Where's he at? Where was he? Where was he? I got him here. We got some JLP up in here. Not talking about him. That's not him. Oh wait, here's Salty's buddy. This is Salty's buddy.
The Nashville music business is woke as fuck, and they do not want me playing shows. Here's a reenactment of my current situation. Hey, Nashville promoter, I'm looking to do a show this fall. Can I use your venue? No. All right, you fucking cunt. What about you, mate? You want to let me play a show this fall? No. Fuck you. Ah, you too. All right, why not, mate? I'm gonna sell a shit ton of tickets. Basically, you're intolerant, and I personally disagree with your video. What the fuck? That's what I've been fucking dealing with. So, let's fucking show them what we're made of. We're planning my first headline show in Nashville this fall. Comment the word Nashville below, and I'll send you a DM. Follow the steps on there so I can notify you when the next show's coming up. We gotta show these woke fucks we mean business, and the only way to do that is to sell out a fucking show. So yeah, comment Nashville below. Slowjack versus the music business. Let's fucking go, mate. See you later, mate. The Nashville music business is woke as fuck, and they do not...
Did they do that to Oliver Anthony or at least the bar? Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Where was that JLP? I thought I had some JLP. Where was he? Where was the JLP at? Something Where is he at? I don't see him. Where did you see him at? I know I have him there. I know I definitely saved some. The thing is, like, JLP, I don't mind JLP, but my brother loves JLP, like, unironically thinks JLP is the fucking man. We need to bring this back. We got to bring this. This is fucking Don Johnson talking about what it was like to film with Miami Vice, specifically like the clothes that you wear, like when he filmed it. We need to bring this style back. We got to bring this back, man.
Sonny Crockett, when you played that character, the look, was that something that someone gave to you, a stylist or something?
No, it was a function of the heat.
We got to bring this back, man. We gotta fucking bring this back right here. This is it, dude. This is fucking it, man. Now, I grew up in Miami, all right? I was born in the 80s. I wasn't born in Miami. I was actually born in Houston. But I moved to Miami when I was like less than a year old. So I functionally was born and raised in Miami. And this is what it was, man. This is what it was right here. Everybody was wearing this back in the day. We need to bring this back. Look at this. We need to bring this back. Look at that. Like, how do you not fucking score mad fucking pussy wearing this shit, dude? It doesn't, like, this is timeless. If you walked around now wearing this, you're still getting pussy, man.
Don't look down, just keep your head or you'll be finished.
Sonny Crockett, when you
Gotta
played
bring
that
it
character,
back. You gotta bring it back, dude. That's a timeless look, man. He's wearing camo in the center. Oh, where? Camo in the center. Not that. No, that was a kid. Camo? He's wearing camo? Camo. It's Muhammad Ali. Why was he wearing camo? Here's camo. What is this?
I am hoping that the administration will recognize.
Oh, yeah. This is, I love the, I don't know what's going on with the fucking United States government and their marketing, but whoever's doing the marketing for Border Patrol, ICE, all these, they are fucking killing it on the social media front, bro.
This experiment that was practiced on the city of Los Angeles failed, and that they should not try
This is from the fucking U.S. Border Patrol chief.
any other level of an experiment like this.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is in the city. Call me Dixie. Brothers on the L tonight. Call me in the city. Call me in the city. Call me brothers on the L tonight. Call me in the city. Call me everybody in the area. In the
I am hoping that the administration will recognize this experiment that was practiced on the city of Los Angeles failed, and that they should not try
Got
any
smacked
other
up.
level
Yeah,
of an
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, don't come to our city because we're going to stand up to tyranny. Hmm. What's going on here? What's going on? What's going on? There's another one. Let's get another good one. Oh, this fucking shit. This shit. Oh my god, this shit. Mayor of Shittown, yeah. This shit though. These girls that are fucking like waiting until they're 18 to start OnlyFans. Look at this.
So it's my 18th birthday on July 29th, and every male has been counting down to it and literally telling me to drop the link the second I turn 18. Girlies, what do you think? Should I do it?
So if you're wondering, she did, and this is...
You can't see it. She made $1 million in 3 hours.
How much money she made in 3 hours. Listen, I'm in full agreement that this is disgusting behavior, and this industry is evil and pulling these young girls into it before they have any idea, any clue what it is that they are getting into. But there was also hundreds of thousands of men that were waiting for that little girl to turn 18 so they could buy it. And I'm not even going to call them men. Those are boys. That is boy behavior. Do better, guys.
So it's my 18th birthday.
The reality, the hard-hitting reality of a situation like that is that 9 out of 10 dudes that were fucking throwing money at that chick when she turned 18 and started OnlyFans were my age or older. Right, I'm gonna be 43 soon. I'm gonna be 43 in a couple months. But there's dudes out there. I'm not. Whatever. I have a whole debate on sex work. You can go to Boss's channel and look at it and fucking see where I stand on certain things. But the point is, fucking, you know, I'm not against it fundamentally from a freedom perspective, but I am when it comes to shit like this in terms of girls like planning out their OnlyFans accounts by the time they're 18 or whatever. You know, while they're still in high school, they're fucking it's, 60 more days until I'm fucking 18. They're my OnlyFans, but the dudes that are fucking giving her money, her and all the Bop House chicks and Sophie Rain and all this shit, are dudes my age or older who are going through like divorced midlife crisis fucking situations, and they're fucking just pumping money into fucking OnlyFans chicks. And I am against that. Okay. I'm not against you doing that. Okay. But I am against it in principle. Because it's not like 20 I mean, maybe it is. I mean, there's probably a bunch of like 20-year-old dudes doing it. I have never registered for an OnlyFans account to be a customer of the platform, and I've never given any chick any money on OnlyFans ever, or Fansly, or any of these other fucking sites. I refuse to do it. To me, it's like it's different because it's not like adult content in the traditional sense, whatever that even means. Like adult content in the traditional sense is there are porn stars out there, or if you want to go on a more local level, there are fucking hookers that you could go to. There are things that are dedicated to that, but OnlyFans is like this weird nexus in between, where fucking girls who are fucking 16 or 17 are like, why would I fucking try to grind? Why would I try to like either find a husband when I get out of high school and go to college or whatever? Why would I, or why would I try to get a career and all that stuff when I can just literally just sell my pussy on the internet for fucking $4.99 a month, and hopefully, cross my fingers, hopefully make like, a couple $1 million, and then that's it. I'm good. I'm good for the rest of my life. Bro, you are fucking condemning yourself to a life of ridicule after that. And it's men my age and older that are fucking that are feeding into this shit. Now, again, look, if you've ever subscribed to anybody on OnlyFans, I'm not saying that it across the board is the case, but with these girls that are fucking just turning 18 or whatever, yeah, like we are part of the problem. We are part of that problem. Why are they very ordinary looking? I don't. That's a good question. That is a good question. I think it's because like these ordinary chicks are very like paying for a young woman at this age who looks this way, who has like an ordinary look, makes it seem more attainable. I think that anybody that engages in I don't know, whatever, online sex work or whatever, is probably trying to close the gap between fantasy and reality. And some of these girls have like the girl next door look. If you have the girl next door look, then it's like, well, if it's the girl next door, then that is as attainable as I will ever get. Whereas if you have like this fucking, I'm not saying Sydney Sweeney is like, extra world, otherworldly in terms of hotness, but she certainly has attained like this level of stardom that is like otherworldly. Whereas when you have these chicks that are not otherworldly, it just seems like it's closing the gap between reality and fantasy, and it makes it more purposeful to engage in this. So, ugly as fuck is he? Yeah. Everyone who gave her $1 waited 5 to 6 years for her to turn 18. Then happened. It happened with Catch Me Outside girl too. Yeah. Danielle, whatever her name is. Yeah, I remember her. When she turned 18, all these guys followed her, paid money, and her news. It was predatory scumbag shit. Literally watching these girls for years, waiting for that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I fucked that Sweeney chick, no problem. This one, no way. Well, so this one's specific. So the thing about this one, even though she looks kind of ordinary, I think her name is Lil Tay, and she's like some kind of like reality star celebrity or some shit. I don't know. The people who have known about her for a while. I think her name's Lil Tay, Tay. So people have just been kind of waiting for her to turn 18 or whatever. It is fucking predatory. It sets a bad standard for men in terms of reputation and discipline and consequence. And it's fucking hypocritical because any of those men would not want to see their own daughters in this kind of position, yet they fund it. Child internet star. Yeah, that's probably the perfect way to describe it. Child internet star. Yeah. This kind of yeah. Not like I said, I did a whole debate on sex work. You can go watch it. go watch it with me and Casey back in the day. But in terms of OnlyFans, I mean, if a woman wants to do OnlyFans, from an American capitalist, freedom-loving, constitutional, red, white, and blue, do what you want kind of perspective, I'm fine with it. But I do think there's a threshold to it, and that threshold involves whether or not you actually know what you're getting into. And at a certain age, I think women do know what they're getting into, and at a certain age, they don't. And at this age, they definitely don't. They definitely don't understand the ramifications of engaging in this kind of activity at such a young age. You are condemning your reputation to this. This is it. This is all you will ever be known for. You could cure fucking cancer, and it won't matter. This is what you're going to be known for. Legit sex work's fine. It's just normalized birthday. Yeah. Well, legit sex work can be fine. It's not always fine. It can be fine. But like I said, go go watch the debate. There's times where it can't be fine, and you've already crossed the threshold. But it just depends on the situation. But I think I largely agree with you there, Salty. What do we got here? Oh, speaking of Sydney Sweeney. Speaking of Sydney Sweeney.
Well, I'm autistic and bisexual, and I don't want to be put on a registry, and I don't want my data to be used illegally by RFK, and I don't want to be shipped off to a...
This is not what I thought it was. I've seen interviews with her about Sydney Sweeney. I don't think they're going to talk about her though.
Well, I'm autistic and bisexual, and I don't want to be put on a registry, and I don't want my data to be used illegally by RFK, and I don't want to be shipped off to a health farm by RFK that he's gonna, he plans to put us all on, similar to I shouldn't say similar, it's a health farm version of the concentration camps in Alligator Alcatraz, and nobody deserves to be in concentration camps. That's Nazi shit.
Yeah, nobody's putting you in a fucking concentration camp. It ain't happening. Not happening. Oh, man. Look, for as much shit as I have talked about fucking chaos and squalor, Indian TikTok is the best. Indian TikTok is like some of the funniest fucking shit I've ever seen. Because I know it's unironic. I love this shit.
Don't leave me, baby, please. I feel so pain. Again, come back that place. What do you think? In my heart? Blacklist! Don't leave me, baby, please. I feel so pain. Again, come back that place. What do you think? In my heart? Blacklist!
I love it. I love Indian TikTok, dude. Indian TikTok is fucking Sigma as fuck, bro. I love it. It's amazing. Oh, this is fucking weird. Man. Oh, I fucking hate this shit. Look at this. Like, what the fuck is that? It's a fucking breathing tube or some shit. These are like people that have like sensory turn-ons. Like they're really turned on about how things feel to them, like the touch of their skin or whatever. So this guy, this company, Candy Coated US is the name of the fucking whatever, the Instagram page. But they specialize in things where it like restricts your body so that you fucking like can't breathe and you can't and like you're like ensconced in some kind of fucking thing. But this is just fucking weird, bro. Like, this person is literally embedded in this fucking plastic. They are inside the plastic, and then they vacuum sealed it and then connected a tube to them so they can breathe. Like, this is just fucking weird, dude. Just have sex. What are you doing, man? Got compressed into a zip file? Exactly. What's up, Loki? How you doing? Exactly. Look at this. Like, why would this, how is this enjoyable? Why do you need this to feel joy? They're literally inside the plastic. It's fucking, just be normal, bro. Fuck, man. Anyways. What else we got here?
Marco Menton Quarters If sent $10. Hey Nick, I'm my 8th grade class president and my middle school graduation is in 2 weeks. I was wondering if you could speak in person as my mentor. Forget about me. Just drop red pills about Israel. Almost everyone at my school is either not red pilled or straight up libtarded. If not, it's cool 07.
Yeah, great idea. That's totally normal. Me, a 26-year-old man, spreading political extremism with a bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds. That sounds like a great idea. Yeah, let me pull up. Maybe I can find a girlfriend. That's a joke.
I see so many videos on it. Marco Menton Quarters If.
Oh, I could tell. I already have examples of Japanese girls versus American girls. Japanese girls. Stunning, beautiful, graceful, elegant.
はい。じゃあこれを食べていただきますか。すごい熱々できたよ。では、いただきます。もう湯気が
Humble, amazing.
すごいんだ。
American girls.
I finally finished Men Who Hate Women by Laura Bates a few days ago, and it confirmed all of my horrible and terrifying assumptions that I had about this book. It took me over 2 months to finish this book, which is wildly out of character for me because the content is so heavy, and I read a lot of really heavy things. So do not take this lightly when I say check the trigger warnings, and if this is something you don't think you can handle, don't read it. It basically talks about how and why we ignore extreme misogyny, especially online, because the online space is something that's relatively new in our history. We don't have any laws or policy in place to protect women specifically online. And therefore, a lot of online spaces like 4chan, Twitter, all these different kinds of forums, bodybuilding networks, all kinds of things have become a breeding ground for incels and trolls. And these men, especially young men, are basically being bred.
Blah, 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 blah. I mean, whatever. There are incels and weirdos out there. Right? Actually, and on top of that, I downloaded this book on Audible, and I plan on listening to it, The Men Who Hate Women, to show that I'm open-minded about the ideas that cross some of these women's minds, because this is the battle that I think is the most important. Some people want to fight the Jews, some people want to fight black people, some people want to fight, I don't know, whatever, whatever battle you got going on out there. But I think to me, the most interesting dynamic to wage war with is amongst the sexes. And so I got this book, and I plan on listening to it after I listened to this fucking Islam authoritarianism book that I got from Grant Designs. So we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But let me see here.
Buckle up, bitch.
Oh yeah. Okay. Japanese women.
アイスが好きといえば角田。一回ですもん。もう一回だけ。もうたくさん好きな味あるんですけど、ストロベリーチーズケーキ味。そうなんだ。なくて、
She's talking about how much she loves strawberry cheesecake.
その味がそのチーズケーキが中に入ってるんですよ。挟まれて、ちょっとなんか二度美味しい感じがして。ストロベリーチーズケーキ味を食べたいなって思います。かわいい。アイスが好きという。
And then there's this. the Western woman.
Buckle up, bitch. The best way to make sure you don't get used is to make sure that when you're with a man, you're making him pay. Okay? And I don't mean physically, monetarily, money. Be getting stuff from the guy, okay? A man is gonna waste your time. I tell you this all the time. He will disappoint you. He will hurt your feelings. He will do some fuck shit, say some fuck shit, be some fuck shit, okay? You need to make sure, hey, when I'm with this guy, when I'm hanging out with him, when I'm speaking to him, even if we're just talking, get shit done. I'm doing shit, okay? I'm still moving and grooving. He's helping me advance my life. You should only be talking to men that can help you advance with your life. Talking to talk, are you 16? You want to fall in love? Love is a fucking lie. I'm so sorry about that. Love is literally a myth. You need more things than love. Girls are like, I like a guy. Okay. Is he a nice, kind human being? Do you know what I mean? Last guy I was talking to, I got money out of him. I got money out of him. I'm sorry. He helped me pay some bills. Yes, he did. We liked each other. As you know, I can only talk to men that I like because it's very hard to not like them and still be in the vicinity with them. I don't give a fuck if you're paying. That's the part that's the disconnection part with me and my advice. I don't be saying that enough. You know what I mean? I like the guy. As a guy, you should have money. I'm not going to clap and like, whoop, jump up and down because you should have money. Like, you should have money. What's there to like if there's no money? You're a man at the end of the day. Okay? I'm sorry. People like get so offended. Go get offended somewhere else. This isn't the video for you. If you make sure that you're getting things from the guy that help you, that make you feel good, he's paying for your hair, he paid for your nails, he gave you some money, he helped you put up a fucking lamp. I don't fucking know. He picked you up from the airport. He sent you a car from the airport. He did things that were like helpful. You made him do things of the sort. Just do things for you. I don't care. You don't even need to get money from him. But if you are making a man do for you, when he fucks up, you're like, at least I saved some dollars. At least I saved some money. At least I got maybe some money. At least I got some bills paid. At least I got some things out of the man. I don't feel so bad. You won't feel bad. I swear to God. Make these men work. Put them to work. If you like me, you must like to work. That's a requirement. What do you mean you don't like to work? I'm confused. I can't like you then. You don't like to work. I like men that like to work. I'm at the pool. You're at work. I'm at the pool. You're at work. Okay? Monday, I was on my way to the pool. This man texts me, what are you doing? I'm going to the pool. Oh, what are you doing at the pool? Who's at the pool? Other people are at the pool. I don't fucking know. It's not my pool, but I got invited. I'm going to the pool. And you're at work, and I love that. And if you are upset that you can't come to the pool, maybe you should send me money, and then I will show you me at the pool. Buckle up.
I mean, that's what we're fucking dealing with, bro. That's what we're fucking dealing with, man. Would you shave your beard for a Japanese waifu? It depends. Like, yeah. Like, I would burn down. Here's the thing. For this right here, I would burn down the kingdoms of the enemies of her family. For this right here. Right.
Fit you. Fit me. Fit me.
Yeah, fits you. No, that's not the reason I liked it. You wanna know the reason I liked it? Because it looks like the shit on your head.
Shit on your head?
Yeah. うんちがついてるみたいな。
やば。やばい。
Nah,
No.
I'm kidding.
No, no.
I'm kidding. Sorry. Sorry,
Okay.
beautiful. You're just cute. That's it. That's it.
That's it.
You said all of that you want to say. Then you say
1年ぶり
that's it. It's been 1 year
1
since you
year
did it before, last time.
since yeah
It's been 1 year
it's been 1 year
since you did it last time.
since I did it last time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's
Yeah.
cute.
Thank you.
Ah, びっくりした。
Did you?
I would burn down entire kingdoms for this, man.
You like studying?
Yes.
Do you know what the textbook is?
テキストブックス
Yeah.
教科書
Kyogasho, right? If you learn something, you need to get a textbook for it, right?
Right.
But the different way, the textbook meaning is kind of different. Do you imagine it? What the meaning is?
テキストブック
Yeah.
No imagine.
If you look at something which is kind of real shit, like some gray skills, like views, or sometimes that you really having fun with your friends at a moment, that's called the textbook.
Rare moment
Yeah,
is テキストブック
yeah, it's kind of,
It's テキストブックっていうの
yeah, that's textbook. If you're doing ping pong with me, ping pong, but you shoot it like a super great shot, that's textbook. You're gonna use it, right?
I will use テキストブック
Yeah.
Yeah, hands down. I'd shave my beard fucking right off the bat. Right off the bat. Amazing.
The snacks, the American snacks. Do you know how do you say this?
I want to watch movie.
You wanna watch movie?
しながら
With
with eating this snack.
with snacks. That's your dream, right?
Yes.
You're gonna be fat ass.
Let's try dream.
Catch the dream.
Yeah, I would totally. No questions. No questions asked. Compared to what we were just seeing, I mean, this is her too.
Yeah, like that?
You look beautiful today.
Yes, every day.
Compared to fucking. Compared to this?
I am so fucking tired of being a woman in this shitty fucking society. I would say, excuse my language, but personally, I do not fucking care. And before any of you little boys fucking come in here and say something, yes, I know I look fucking chopped, but I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna still cook your ass, okay? You hear me? One, I'm fucking tired of seeing these motherfucking posts on Instagram, whatever, saying, here's what you should send to him, besides good night or good morning, so he's more intrigued by you. Get the fuck off my page. You telling me I have to go above and beyond for some motherfucker who I have to beg for the bare minimum? Nah, you're right, actually. I'm not gonna text him good night. I'm gonna text him GN, okay? That's all the fuck he's getting. I'm not gonna go above and beyond for some sultry fucking ChatGPT message that you fucking pulled out of your ass. Get the fuck off my page. 2, stop telling me to glow up for the fucking summer to look more attractive for fucking male species. Are you fucking kidding me? Please, that shit's absolutely disgustingly pathetic. I glow up for me. I don't glow up for these motherfuckers who walk around with a sausage between their legs. I really fucking do not. Actually, it annoys me that I'm even attracted to that fucking specimen, respectfully. Okay? I can't do it. Leave me alone. Get off my page. Stop making it even harder to be a fucking woman and stop telling me what I need to do for these fucking losers who don't even fucking do shit. Bro, I have given more.
I mean, is there any fucking question? What would you rather have, bro? I mean, it's this or that?
To a motherfucking man than he has ever given to me, and I am not proud of that. So shut the fuck up. Oh my god, I'm crashing out. Goodbye. I need to go take my medication. I am so fucking tired of being a woman in this shitty fucking society.
I mean, it's no question. Yeah, of course I would shave my beard. Of course I would. Oh yeah. What about this? What about this?
It's giving misogyny. Stinginess is a form of misogyny. I'm sorry. You don't want to give a woman money. That's bare weird. That's super weird. You want to siphon my energy, but you don't want to give me money knowing that a woman is always going to need money. And it's not even from a place of me being poor or needy or desperate. It's just the reality that, like, that money will bring ease to my life, but you'd rather hoard it. That's so weird. You don't want to pay it forward. Ugh. You don't want to redistribute your wealth. Weird. You don't think I'm deserving of reparations. That's strange. It's giving misogyny.
It's giving misogyny.
You should cheat on your stingy husband with a man who's got money. That's what you should do. I very much encourage women cheating. Yes, I encourage a woman cheating on a man who is not financially providing for her with a man who's financially providing. What I don't encourage is cheating with a man who has no money. I don't know what you're doing there, girl. You should always be cheating upwards. Cheat in the direction of leveling up. Okay, good. Because women deserve the best. And sometimes the best is having a man who is going to take care of you and completely support everything you love doing. You have more time for your hobbies when you've got money. You guys could never make me stop liking money. Sorry. I like the freedom that money brings me. I like the fact that having money allowed me to pay for therapy. And having money means that I have access to what makes me happy. So in turn, money does bring happiness. They don't want women to believe that money brings happiness so that you'll be bound to broke men. And that's why romance is marketed towards women. Because broke men who have nothing to offer you can sell you romance. And you, the mumu, will follow. That's why when you're dating stingy men, don't bother trying to be passive-aggressive and complaining, he doesn't do this for me, he doesn't do that for me. They will not budge. They will not budge. You should cheat on your stingy husband with a man who's got money. That's what you should do.
I mean, I get some people are just out there trying to make content, but these messages are just so fucking... It doesn't even matter the race of the person. This is what the West is offering right now, man. It's crazy. Character model... Here flows. 2000. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Like there was a I don't even know if I have this here. There was a clip that I saw of these guys who were talking to a Japanese chick, and they were saying, and this is not something I subscribe to, but I mean it gets to the point where they were asking her. It was a bunch of like American guys, and I think it was even a black guy that was asking this. Oh, do I have that? I know I have it somewhere, but oh, there's JLP right there. But they were asking her if she would mind if her boyfriend visited a prostitute. And she was like, well, is it for love? And they were like, no, it's not for love. It's just for sex. And she was like, okay, yeah, no, that's fine, because they're very professional. And and the men were like, exactly. And there was a woman who was on the panel who was just not having it. And I don't know if I have that clip, man. I know I have it somewhere, but I just don't know if it's findable. Ugh. More of this shit. Whatever. We can go through all of my fucking clips. I have so many saved. Yeah, it's all of that, or like this.
You're the only one who's a beautiful girl liking the skin of the chicken.
Skin of the chicken, yeah,
Chicken skin.
chicken skin. I love chicken skin.
I never seen the beautiful girls who's liking it. You are only one.
Only girl.
Yeah, only one.
We love chicken skin.
But
Funny. I'm funny. Funny girl.
you're the only. Do you know what I'm talking about? You are the only one.
Only one.
Yeah, who's a
number
beautiful
one.
girl.
Only one and number one girl
Yeah, and then liking the chicken skin.
in the world.
Yeah.
In the world.
Yeah.
Only one number one.
And liking the skin, like a chicken skin.
Chicken skin.
I don't know what it's
chicken
in
skin わかる
English.
みんな。
Give us a comment, please, follower.
Do you like chicken skin?
Yeah. Give me that. Give me that all day long. Versus fucking any of that shit we saw. Oh, look at all this. I got all this fucking craziness. Craziness.
Let me ask you a question. What's your body count?
My body count?
Yeah.
I'd rather not share that on the internet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, here's the thing. I knew you were going to say that. There's a reason why you don't want to disclose that.
Yes, because I have free will and I can say what I want. Thank you.
No, sure. But let me peel the layer back. Women understand that their sexuality defines their value in the dating marketplace. So even though women sit there, oh, look at this. She's literally losing her mind. Even though
I've
a
I've
whore.
talked to men before
But
that.
let me just finish my point, right? So women instinctually know that their body count directly affects, and their past promiscuity directly affects their ability to find a suitor in the future. When people use a term like whore, which is a pejorative term, that's attributed to women because you guys care about your body count because that limits your ability to find a man. But for us, the more partners we have, typically the more value we have. Because as a man, for you to be able to get a lot of sex, you have to bring something to the table, right? Men that have sex with a lot of women
I think
typically have some kind of money, some
Can I
status,
speak?
they're charming, they have something.
Can I speak?
Well, I'm finishing my point to answer your question. So men have to bring something to the table to be promiscuous. Women don't. So that's why it's not respected.
I think every woman here would agree that we don't want men bringing their sexual experience and sluttiness to the table. We want men bringing their kindness, their godliness, their honesty, their communication skills, their education. And by the way, did you know that over half of this campus is women?
Yeah, I know. Women dominate college attendance, which is one of the problems. Let me ask you a question. What's your body count?
My body count?
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Not good. Nah. Whatever. All right. We'll watch a couple videos. Hang out a little bit. But I gotta get a drink. Gotta get a drink. I'm drinkless. So let me do that. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. And put on a song. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, where's... No. In honor of Conrad. Where's Conrad at? Conrad's not here. Where it plays for Conrad.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, aus. Alle warten auf das Licht. Fürchtet euch nicht. Die Sonne scheint mir aus den Augen. Sie wird heute Nacht nicht untergehen. Eis auf das Gesicht. Sie wird heute Nacht nicht untergehen. Und die Welt zählt laut bis 10. Hier kommt die Sonne. 2. Hier kommt die Sonne. 3. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 4. Hier kommt die Sonne. 5. Hier kommt die Sonne. 6. Hier kommt die Sonne. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 8. Hier kommt die Sonne. Die Sonne scheint mir aus den Händen, kann verbrennen, kann dich blenden. Wenn sie aus den Fäusten bricht, legt sich Eis auf dein Gesicht, legt sich schmerzend auf die Brust. Das Gleichgewicht wird zum Verlust, lässt sich hart zu Boden gehen und die Welt zählt laut bis 10. Hier kommt die Sonne. 2. Hier kommt die Sonne. 3. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 4. Und wird nie vom Himmel fallen. 5. Hier kommt die Sonne. 6. Hier kommt die Sonne. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 8. 9. Hier kommt die Sonne.
All right. Einst Island die Leland til heist. Island til Island. In is the hill. Ain't holy low. Let's watch some videos and just fucking rage bait. What do we got? What do we got? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Look at that fat face. We gotta start off with this. We gotta start off with this. Look at this fat face. Blam! Everybody's favorite. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What's he doing now? What's he doing now? Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let me fix the screen real quick. Okay, there we go. He's only lonely hush. He's only home. He's only home. All right, what'd you do now?
Even the T-Rex subscribed. In today's video, Hassan has called out the Kick platform for apparently ruining an entire generation and destroying the youth. Ironic coming from Hassan, the guy who definitely ruined a generation and the guy who glazes anti-Semitic Twitch. XQC has responded calling Hassan a cockroach. Streamer Aiden Ross has exposed Hassan for apparently secretly trying to sign with Kick. Asmongold has responded. Streamer Destiny
He's gonna have to at some point, because I mean, you know, look, Twitch is just a fucking write-off for Amazon. 1. 2, it's a fucking zombie brand. Everybody loves fucking Twitch because they're so used to it. They're addicted to it. In the same way that like Red Bull, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? In the same way that Red Bull is the face of energy drinks, right? There's Red Bull and there's everything else. I'm not saying that fucking one energy drink is better than another. There's Monster, there's this, there's that. I mean, I get it, right? But Red Bull is the fucking king. And Twitch was the king until fucking Rumble and Kick and YouTube started doing it, you know. Everybody else, you know, there's plenty of other places now. Twitch and Twitch has been dethroned. Now Twitch is the place where it's like, if you want to watch fucking Genshin Impact or some shit, some weird anime game, yeah, okay, then fine. And then that's your place, you know. But whatever, there's nothing wrong with that. But Twitch is fucking done as a platform, and he will move to Kick or YouTube permanently at some point. Mark my words. Mark my words. The same way I called the election, right? When Biden was running, I said, what did I say? Oh yeah, if Trump survives the legal shit during the Biden run, he's in. And then when Biden got off the ticket and it became Kamala, I was like, all right, well, if he goes on Joe Rogan, he's in. Either way, I was right, because both of those things came true anyway. I'm telling you right now, Twitch is done. All right, mark my words. Go follow me on the other places. Don't send me your money. I don't care about your money. All right, just follow me other places, because that's where I'll be when Twitch is done. I know you like your emotes. I know you like all that shit. Okay, I got the same emotes over there. Well, not on YouTube yet, because I have to like reach certain hours or whatever. But Kick has all the fucking emotes I got, and you don't even need to fucking sub to me. I think. I'm not sure. I have access to those emotes. Actually, I never thought of that. Let me know if you're on the Kick side if you can't use my emotes. But either way, he will be on YouTube or Kick at some point.
Has appeared on CNN, and Hassan is very jealous. They're having a massive back and forth beef, and it's getting pretty personal. More side characters are entering the series to humiliate themselves. Subscribe, and your day will be blessed with good fortune.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin with Hassan calling out Kick.
Like, we're just making villains, man. We have ruined an entire generation, I swear to God. The dominoes fell in the worst possible direction, okay? A crypto casino is launched. It's called Stake. They start funneling a ton of money to some of the top content creators on this platform, on Twitch. They start getting a bunch of people hooked on online gambling, a bunch of teenagers hooked on online gambling. These guys go, fuck it, we'll just make our own goddamn website. Then they created Kick. Kick created an entire generation of shitheads. Kick streamers have irreparably caused damage to the collective psyche of the youth. Okay, people just behaving in the worst ways possible with no repercussions whatsoever. This became significantly more normal. It just like became normal to be evil.
and gross.
Dude, there is just no way this guy is talking. You actively support 3 different terrorist groups, and you're talking about evil. Dude, you lie and slander people every single day. How are you possibly complaining? Dude, this guy literally had a gacha sponsor a few days ago when in the past he cried about a gacha being the streamlined gambling and he would never support it or something. Yet for a few bucks, he completely sells out again. Massive freaking hypocrite. Even the Epson Home Cinema is actually impressed at this level of projection.
It's also really f***ed up because you got Kick, but that's not the end of the process. Then you got Elon Musk buying Twitter and then making Twitter into this like neo-Nazi breeding ground way more than it was before. So now people are just like, oh, I don't like someone. Let's dox them. Let's swat them. Let's go after their whole family.
Oh wow, guys, Hassan really cares about doxing. You literally routinely platform Bad Empanada who doxes people. You even admit that he's a psychopath, yet you still pull up his videos and support him because you just hate Ethan Klein. It's crazy. And you refuse to even condemn your orbiter, Mike from PA, saying that, I don't know what Mike said. It was out of context or something.
Jewish is not an ethnicity. This constructed ethnicity. This demonic ethnicity.
When it was so obvious, he literally said Jews are a demonic ethnicity. You couldn't even condemn that. It's just absolutely crazy. You did less than Denims, who at least said, hey, this was bad. And then she, proceeded to defend it. But, at least she had the courtesy to say the words, okay, this was kind of bad. Anyway, so after this, XQC responded, calling him a cockroach.
So what he wants is he wants to shut down ideas that aren't his, pretty much. If your ideas aren't left or radicalized left, they shouldn't be shown at all. If you say something that isn't pretty much terrorism, well, dude, we cannot be doing that on the websites. We only do terrorism here, only that. If you do anything else but terrorism, we do not support that, dude. Come on, man, lock in. What an absolute cockroach these days. What happened to this guy? A lot of the things that he pushes are actually dangerous. Do you understand it? When we put those topics like the CEO and like the people that murder people at the embassy or whatever it was last time, it's dangerous. People go out and actually kill people. It's not funny. It's trash. It's weird. I understand it. People from the right, people from the whatever. Some people are maybe racist, insensitive. I understand that. These are also bad. Sometimes are also dangerous. But that doesn't mean that his isn't dangerous either. People kill each other. It's weird. Stop putting that shit, man.
Yo, not gonna lie, massive XQCW. All right, this is what I'm talking about. Occasionally, you get these streamers just having these absolute W takes, and this is kind of what Hassan does to people. He automatically aligns their brain. It's like that one episode in SpongeBob where Patrick's brain actually connects. That's what's happening to XQC right now. Hassan's overwhelming amount of stupidity actually connected the neurons in his brain and put him on the right side of history here. WXQC. When XQC actually seems like the absolute scholar in the room, you know there's something wrong going on here. And I mean, everything he said is absolutely spot on. Hassan is a terrible, dangerous influence, normalizing terrorist support, terrorism itself, normalizing bigotry on a massive scale, promoting it to millions of people. And I literally get messages every day from you guys saying, I'm literally doing God's work with this series because I'm exposing this absolute massive psychopath here. So I appreciate that as well. And honestly, not to be dramatic, this is literally a matter of good versus evil, like straight up. Moving on to Aiden Ross exposing Hassan. Aiden Ross drops a massive bombshell about Hasanabi and Twitch. Alleges that Hassan tried to secure a no gambling deal with Kick in the beginning, but didn't get the offer he wanted. Also alleges that Twitch tried to secure a deal with Stake, but didn't get the desired offer.
Here's what I'm gonna leak about you, Hassan. I'm not gonna say when, I'm not gonna say how, I'm not gonna say what. Hassan wanted to come to Kick in the very beginning.
Oh.
They offered him an amount and he didn't
really?
like it, obviously. Because you're not worth that much to no gambling. And that's the truth. You're mad as fuck that Kick is working. Hassan, how could you talk about Kick communities and Kick creators being the toxic and the cancer? Bro, what you preach to your community, they're brainwashed by you, bro. You live in a $5 million house. You buy nice clothes. You buy designer. You buy jewelry. You buy everything you want to do. You never donate to anything that you preach and all this stuff. You contradict yourself every time. You're a terrorist. You don't even like America. He doesn't. He doesn't, chat. He really, really doesn't. I'm just being real.
Right. Okay. So Hassan definitely does hate America. That is pretty obvious.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
I find it interesting, though, that he was trying to sign to
Oh,
Kick.
no.
Because if that's true, that's pretty hypocritical,
Oh,
even
no.
without the gambling deal added on. Because then you're still supporting the platform that you think is so evil and is enabling all this bad behavior, right? Now, if you're already on there and your friends are on there and like the community's on there, fair enough. But that's not really the case for Hassan. He kind of hates everybody on there and was actively trying to move there still. So that's very interesting. I don't know. It seems like Mr. Socialist here wanted a bigger bag. Apparently $5 million not enough. He needs like 10, 20 million. How's he gonna afford all of his socialist mansion and supercars? Twitch CEO Dan Clancy would not be very happy. He might actually need to find another person to go to after this. The absolute horror. You hear that, Hassan? You're not invited to the Diddy parties anymore. No more happy birthdays from Twitch. You might actually get banned now. Just kidding. This isn't Harry Potter. This isn't fantasy magic universe. That sort of shit doesn't happen here.
He knows Kick's working, chat. He wishes he took that bag in the very beginning. It's a legit competitor to Twitch. It just is. It just is. And also, I'll just say this. When you stream on Twitch, you have to appeal. You have to appeal to somebody you're not. Most of the time, these creators are very... Look at Slamapol. Why do you think he's not streaming? Why do you think he's not streaming? He got banned for speaking out and talking and being Slamapol. You have to appeal to a fake, like, I don't know if it's a narrative. I don't know what the it is. I bet you also didn't know that Twitch wanted to make stake work. Twitch at one point was most likely on some shit where they were like, yo, if you pay us more than what DraftKings wants to pay us, you can keep the crypto casino. It's all for money, bro. It's all for money.
Wow, guys, shocking information. The world actually revolves around money. I mean, Twitch can pretend to virtue signal, but they also advertise gambling. Hassan can pretend to virtue signal, but he literally just took a gacha sponsor that he himself called Streamline Gambling. I feel like if you want to draw a moral line, you better stick to it, right? If you want to be taken seriously. Like, it's perfectly fine to think gambling is bad and you don't want to promote that and all that. That's perfectly fine. But then don't be a hypocrite about it. Also, what Aiden said about Twitch is so right, that you have to walk on eggshells there and you basically can't even say your real opinion or you will risk getting banned all the time. I mean, it seems like the only opinions allowed is that of Hassan and his goon squad, and even when you absolutely cross every single boundary ever, like Mike from PA obviously calling Jews demonic, you get banned for 1 week, bro. And heaven forbid you call friggin' molecularly expensive, then you get a whole 2-week ban, bro. Apparently that's twice as bad as calling an entire, ethnicity demonic. Also, I think this is a very common trend with Hassan. He is just super jealous in general. When XQC got his $100 million deal, he was crying so hard about it, bro. He was trying to guilt trip XQC into feeling super bad about it as well. When now we found out that Hassan was in the process of negotiations as well, bro. He just couldn't get a big number. Anyways, Asmongold responded explaining how people just feel alienated by Hassan and his orbiters, right? Because they're so extreme. Asmongold asked why anyone would want to come to the table with Hassan when he lies about them. Says it's no surprise they went to Kick.
He's actually achieved that goal because there's been so many people now that have been alienated by people like Hassan and people that are in his orbit and in his, like his community, that now they have no problem going to stake. They have no problem doing, any of this stuff because, they're already being called Nazis. They're already being called, genocide lovers, etc. And so why would people try to come to the table and win your approval when you're lying about them? And I think that's really where the problem is that you can't lie about people constantly and then be surprised when they stop trying to seek your approval.
I mean, that's kind of true. If you're already considered like this Nazi scumbag, genocide supporting alt-right MAGA grifter, then obviously they're not going to be like, well, Hassan seems like a pretty reasonable person here. I feel like if you're a regular person and you see the amount of unfair treatment on Twitch, you can get pretty annoyed and just be like, all right, I guess I'm going to Kick now. I mean, the thing about Kick is nobody over there is like hiding how scummy they are. They'll just like openly be like, hey, I'm a piece of shit. They're not like virtue signaling here like, well, we actually care about people here, guys, but also we support terrorists. Like, that's what pisses pisses people off, right? And I just find it interesting the line that Hassan draws in terms of morality, right? Terrorism good, supporting terrorists is okay, but gambling is bad, guys. So like, what kind of wavy ass line has he drawn? You would think, you know, you draw a line where it starts escalating into, you know, blurry ethics or whatever, but he's so far beyond that. The fact that he thinks gambling is morally questionable when he supports terrorists, it's such a ridiculous line to draw. So then he talks about how Hassan sort of created Kick because it is basically a response to Twitch being so horrible at moderation and just Twitch being bad at everything.
Kick created an entire generation of shitheads.
Yes, and you created Kick, and so did I, and that's right. And also, by the way, the only real reason, if it's all about power, you have to understand this, is that it's completely about power. Right now, the power lies in the hands of people that are not Hassan. Hassan in 2022, let's say, had a complete monopoly on the Discord.
I mean, I'm like on a pretty strict slop diet, but you can. Are you in the Discord? Well, here's the thing. Oh my God, this drives me nuts. This drives me nuts. Drives me nuts about the. I'm always down to watch a video that someone wants to, you know, watch. But, you know, it's like, oh, can I just, you know, put a link? Okay. Well, is it a 3-hour fucking podcast? You know, you know, no, it's the whole thing. Well, I'll just do it. Hold on. The thing is, I absolutely don't mind. And I encourage, let me know if that link doesn't work. I'm all about it. I'm all about watching somebody's videos, but sometimes it's like, hey, here's a link, and it's like a fucking 9-hour fucking podcast, you know? If it's like 10 or 15 minutes, if it's digestible, if it's entertaining, if it's fun, if it's funny, you know, all those things, like, okay, yeah, sure, of course. But if it's like 72 minutes long, and it's like, here's the thing, you gotta fucking donate an entire fucking hour of streamer real estate towards, and on top of that, it's not even fucking entertaining, then it's like, fuck, man, no. Then no. The answer is no. But if it's thoughtful, if it's considerate, if it's like, all right, well, it's, you know, 15, 20 minutes, even 30 minutes is like fine if it's really good. You know, it's just got to be fucking good. 24 minutes. All right. Well, once you start, so here's like the next layer of rules, right? Once you get to that 30-minute mark, which 24 minutes is encroaching on, then it has to be like, okay, what's it about? If it has anything to do with anything we've talked about tonight, then maybe it's like, okay, all right, okay, this is something we've been talking about. If it has nothing to do with anything we've been talking about, then it's like, oh fuck, okay, what is this? Why are we stopping everything to watch this video? You know. And I'm not saying your video is not good. I'm sure everybody that comes in here with a link is like, yeah, it's great, it's awesome. Of course they think it's great. You know. I'm always down to watch a video. Giving me spotlight. Hey, look, this is just the nature of streaming. Everybody that comes in here says, hey, can you watch my video? Everybody. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I only remember the times when it doesn't. Because when it does work, it's like, oh, thank you. You know, it's great. Like, you were considerate. You kept it to like 15, 20 minutes. It was topical. It was funny. It was interesting, right? But then some people come in here and just drop links to fucking 3-hour podcasts that are fucking dry as hell. So it just depends, man. It's just the nature of, like, do I, you know, the time that when I signed on tonight, did I think to myself, oh, I really want to fucking watch a 3-hour documentary about the intricacies of some shit going on in Eastern Europe, or something that happened 200 years ago in South Asia? No, I did. No. It's not great. I'm just proud of my country. Okay, well, look. We'll give you a shot here. All right. Yo, what's up, Conrad? I thought that was you for a second. So the person who was just chatting before you was like, "Here's a link." No, I'm just proud of my country. Like, oh, maybe Conrad got a new name. Doesn't fit the normal name that Conrad usually has. I'll tell you what. I'll give you a shot, okay? I'll give you a shot. Doesn't mean that every time you drop a link, I'm just gonna watch it, all right? But because you are here, you're new, okay? I want to encourage people to come back.
The first main...
And Conrad's here, so I think something called Slovakia solved the immigration crisis. I think we might have a good audience for this. Right. The chosen one. Yes, exactly. Yes. Conrad has a high rank, all right? A very, very high rank. It's damn near general at this point because Conrad's stuck around for a very long time. But we shall see. We shall see because Conrad is a fellow European. Not fellow me, fellow you. And Conrad will tell us whether or not Slovakia has indeed solved the immigration crisis. So, hey, go with God, okay? Godspeed. We shall see.
Task and objective that we have is to deal with the consequences of a spiral of crisis that the European Union has been experiencing over the last 10 years.
Are Slovaks welcoming, open? I think it all depends on where the foreigner comes from, on the country. So Slovaks can be very warm and welcoming to certain type of people, and they can be very close to another type.
Prime Minister Robert Fico has made the migrant crisis a racial and a religious issue. In one recent speech, he said he wanted to monitor...
Oh, this is Al Jazeera? Wait. No, okay, it's across the globe. But I saw this logo down here. I'm like, wait, this is Al Jazeera? Are they really talking about a solution? We shall see. Look, Saboteur, you're at the mercy of Serenaded Swan, aka Conrad. Okay, I'm leaning on Conrad to tell us whether or not Slovakia has indeed solved the immigration crisis.
Every Muslim in the country. As she crossed into Slovakia, she was arrested. She has spent 4 months in detention and doesn't plan to stay in Slovakia long.
Picture this, a small country in Central Europe, just going about its business, and it suddenly gets pulled into one of the biggest migration crises Europe has ever seen. It's 2015, and nearly 900,000 migrants are arriving across the continent. The EU asked Slovakia to take in just 802 of them. That's less than 0.1% of the total. For most countries, that wouldn't seem like a big deal, but in Slovakia, it set off a huge debate, and ended up being the moment that pushed the country toward one of the strictest immigration policies in Europe. Prime Minister Robert Fico didn't just say no, he declared war on the entire idea. He called the EU's refugee quotas nonsensical and technically impossible, even dragged the matter to court, and found himself backed by nearly 90% of his population. In fact, the small village of Bratislava's referendum saw an overwhelming 97% of residents voting against accepting relocated refugees, according to the Washington Post. So simply put, Slovakia wasn't just rejecting refugees, it was rejecting the very principle of burden sharing that the EU was built on. The message was clear. Standing by was no longer an option. What happened next surprised even longtime watchers of European politics, and ended up becoming a model that other countries are now looking at very closely. So the question is, how did a small country of 5.4 million people turn into one of Europe's toughest places to get into? Where did it all begin? To understand how Slovakia got so strict on immigration, we have to go back to 2015 and meet the man who led the charge, Prime Minister Robert Fico. When the EU came knocking with their refugee quota plan, Fico didn't just politely decline, he went all out in his firm no. When he dragged the EU to court, it became clear that he wasn't some fringe politician making wild claims. And the thing is, most of the country was behind him. That kind of public support is rare these days, and it only made his stance even stronger. Essentially, 9 out of 10 Slovaks looked at the migration crisis and said, not our problem, not our responsibility. So why such a strong reaction to just 802 people? For a lot of Slovaks, the thinking was simple. We didn't start this crisis, so why should we be the ones to deal with it? But Fico didn't stop there. He leaned into the fear that was growing across Europe. He brought up the Paris terror attacks, rising crime in Western cities, and warned that bringing in large numbers of Muslims would create serious security risks for Slovakia. He even went as far as saying, it's impossible to integrate Muslims. The strategy worked. Slovakia's courts might have essentially lost their legal challenge, but the political message was crystal clear. This small nation would not be pushed around by Brussels bureaucrats. Then came the ultimate test, Ukraine.
As one of Europe's smaller states, Slovakia may have sat in the shadow of the continent's power brokers, but geography has forced it now to the main stage. Tens of thousands have escaped Ukraine's horrors to Slovakia.
In February 2022, as Russian tanks rolled across the border, everything changed overnight. Slovakia suddenly found itself hosting the largest refugee crisis since World War II. Over 1 million people crossed their eastern border in 2022 alone, though most were just passing through to reach family in Western Europe. Still, by the end of the year, Slovakia was housing around 100,000 Ukrainians under the EU's temporary protection plan. But here's where it gets interesting. The same country that had fought tooth and nail against accepting 802 Middle Eastern refugees was now welcoming 100,000 Ukrainians with open arms. The double standard didn't go unnoticed. But Slovakia had an answer ready. These refugees were different, they said. They were Christian Europeans escaping a war next door. But the Ukraine crisis didn't just expose how selective Slovakia's response was. It also kept immigration in the spotlight and gave the government even more reason to focus on strict border control. Yet, just as Slovakia was getting used to managing its Ukrainian guests, a new crisis emerged from the south. By 2023, Slovakia's border towns were facing a crisis like never before. At night, groups of Afghan and Syrian men were quietly crossing in from Hungary, trying to make their way to Germany. In just 9 months, Slovakia had caught over 27,000 illegal migrants, 9 times more than the year before. What used to feel like a distant EU debate suddenly became very real. Village mayors were calling the police about strangers camping in the woods. For Slovakia's leaders, this was the tipping point. After years of tension, from the 2015 refugee fight to the war in Ukraine and rising pressure along the Balkan route, Slovakia decided it couldn't just wait and watch anymore. It was time to act. And the decisions they made next would not only change their borders, but shake up how they worked with the rest of Europe. So, what measures did Slovakia put in place? Well, many. It's safe to say that when Slovakia decided to act, they weren't playing any games. They responded by building a multi-layered defense system so tough, it would make even the strictest governments take notice. Slovakia's first move was audacious, effectively telling the entire European Union to buzz off. When the EU passed its mandatory refugee quota system in 2015, Slovakia didn't just vote against it. They sued the entire bloc at the European Court of Justice. Prime Minister Fico's argument was brutally simple. Brussels had no right to force Slovakia to take in people who don't want to be here anyway. The court...
Gade would say Russia solved Ukraine immigration crisis. Gade would say that, probably. Probably. What's up, Camel? How you doing?
Sided with the EU in 2017, but Slovakia had already made their point. Of the 802 refugees they were supposed to accept, they took in exactly 16. To many, this felt like the ultimate middle finger to European solidarity. While the EU was still reacting to Slovakia's legal challenge, Fico made headlines again, this time with a move that sparked major backlash. In 2015, Slovak officials said they would only accept Christian.
I will say, Saboteur, this is very topical, interesting. This is what I'm looking for, right? 20-minute video, topical, hitting right in the neighborhood of saying things we usually talk about here. Very good, very good. Okay.
And refugees from Syria. Their reason? Cultural compatibility. One interior ministry spokesman even said bluntly, "We don't have mosques in Slovakia." Then added, "We only want to choose the Christians." The EU pushed back hard, warning that selecting refugees based on religion wasn't allowed. But Fico didn't back down. His message was basically, "Oh yeah,
Most racists in
watch
the EU,
us."
really?
And for the few migrants bold enough to actually apply
who
for
called you
asylum
guys
in
that?
Slovakia, the odds were even worse than winning the lottery. In 2017, Slovakia registered just 160 asylum applications, the lowest in the entire EU, and granted asylum to maybe a handful. Then in 2018, out of 178 asylum applications, exactly 5 people received protection. Applicants were kept in detention centers. Most claims were rejected on technicalities, and appeal rights were minimal. Yet again, a clear message was sent. Don't even bother trying. When Slovakia took border control into its own hands, they treated it like a military mission. In 2015, they even sent 50 police officers to help Hungary build razor wire fences along the Serbian border. The government made it clear it supported tough borders. But at the same time, it looked the other way as a group called the Slovak Reserves popped up. This self-declared paramilitary group, often linked to far-right views, claimed they were protecting the country, specifically from refugees who they openly called a threat.
The 20-year-old and his troops say they're ready to fend off what they view as foreign threats to Slovakia. That includes refugees.
The mix of tough government border crackdowns and the quiet tolerance of far-right vigilante groups showed just how complicated, and sometimes contradictory, Slovakia's migration approach had become. On one hand, the state was running military-style operations. On the other, it wasn't doing much to stop extremists who were taking matters into their own hands. By 2023, when migrants started slipping across from Hungary, Slovakia deployed 500 soldiers as well as police to patrol their 655-kilometer border. Another big jump. 2023 also saw Slovakia suspend Schengen free movement and reintroduced border checks with Hungary, a move that many stated was breaking one of the EU's most sacred principles. They were willing to tear up decades of European integration to stop migrants from crossing. But, in a strange twist, Slovakia's own policies ended up creating a migration magnet. A 2018 law allowed asylum seekers from war zones to receive registration papers, which migrants believed would give them safe passage through Europe. Word spread like wildfire. Get to Slovakia, turn yourself in, get the papers, then disappear westward. The result? Over 27,000 migrants were detained in the first 9 months of 2023. Fico's response was swift and brutal. Eliminate the loophole entirely. By the end of 2023, Slovakia went all in on Hungary's zero-tolerance approach. Either push migrants back or lock them up. But their resistance didn't stop with the EU. In 2018, Slovakia rejected the UN's Global Compact for Migration, leading their own foreign minister, who had helped write it, to resign in protest. Then, in 2023, when the EU rolled out its new Migration Pact, which required countries to either accept refugees or pay 20,000 euros per person, Fico didn't even pretend to consider it. Slovakia had basically cut itself off from the entire international migration system. So, with such firm-handed measures and a strong refusal to back down, did Slovakia's approach work? Looking at the numbers, Slovakia's stance clearly worked, at least in terms of keeping migrants out. During the 2015-2016 refugee crisis, the country barely saw any mass arrivals. In the years since, only a small number of asylum seekers have been accepted. And when it came to the EU's refugee relocation program, Slovakia took in just 16 people total before the program ended. Compare that to Malta, which actually exceeded its target, or Finland, which met 94% of its goal, and
No.
Slovakia stands out as one of the
Its goal.
most resistant
Its
countries
goal.
in Europe. In practical terms, Slovakia avoided the emergence of any refugee crisis internally. There were no overwhelmed reception centers, no large migrant camps, and no new immigrant ghettos in Slovak cities. The feared influx simply did not happen. In the 2016 elections, Fico's tough stance likely helped him retain power in the middle of a campaign dominated by migration fears. And when a surge of illegal migrants emerged in 2022-2023, Slovakia's swift imposition of border checks and patrols coincided with a sharp drop in those crossings by 2024, suggesting the crackdown had an effect. In fact, data from Frontex showed
I
that
mean,
illegal...
like, so with Slovakia, I mean, I'm getting like Polish vibes, right? I'm getting I'm getting Poland vibes here. Like they're just not doing it. Is there any other countries? And I I guess is it the Eastern Bloc? I'm an American. I don't even know where Slovakia is, like on a map. You can't expect me to know where Slovakia actually is. Who else is south of Poland? Okay. Okay. So is it a regional thing? Is it just like in these countries in this region, we're just not doing this? And then everything west of that, it's like, all right, whatever.
Illegal entries on the Western Balkan route used by migrants reaching Slovakia.
I mean, the reason why I'm super, I am infinitely curious about I know Conrad has a million opinions about this, which are welcome and well informed, but I'm always wondering if there is in fact a red wave or a right wing wave inevitable for Europe. I'm not sure. I'm always wondering, countries like Poland and Slovakia, they seem to be doing their own thing and could give a fuck. I mean, if they're mandated to take in refugees and they just say, well, okay, we'll take in refugees, just Ukrainian ones, not anything else. What about the rest of Europe? And Conrad, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you're very hopeful about the AFD. And I don't even know if AFD is even that far right enough to be on that level of like Poland and Slovakia here. We don't do Muslim stuff. We don't do Muslim stuff. Is Buddhisva. Yeah, okay. After Christians. Okay. We don't do yes, we don't do Muslim stuff. Okay. But I'm talking about the whole of Europe. The whole of Europe. If we're talking about the entire continent, is it unreasonable to say that that a surge of not anti-immigrant, but just like right-wing sentiment or protectionist sentiment, or protectionist is probably more economic, but you know what I mean, reform is gaining ground in the UK. You have figures like Maloney and Wilders and what is the future of Europe if Americans look at Europe and say, okay, well, you have all these figures out there. You have countries like Poland and Slovakia apparently doing what the UK wish they would be doing. France doesn't seem to give a shit. Germany seems up in the air. I know there's people out there that think otherwise, but I just, Eastern Bloc is very conservative. Yeah, that's the thing. But what I'm saying is, even if the Eastern Bloc is conservative, is the sentiment going to sweep the continent at some point? Edge, what's up, Edge? How you doing? Reform and that Italian lady are containment. Farage will portray the UK, and the Italian lady is still importing 300,000 a year. I've heard about Italian what's the word? I know that Italy wants to be realistic. That's look. I know that's hopeful. That's optimistic. I know Italy wants to do things with their numbers in terms of immigrants, and in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands, which goes completely against the sentiment that Maloney puts out there. But what's your biggest gripe with Farage? Why do you think Farage will go against the biggest principle of reform? Really, that's got to be like, principle number one of reform is stop the boats, right? Red wave is already here. Will that actually lead to a political solution in the current situation? That is not sure. Okay. What's happened to the on-screen chat? I don't know. Let me see. Oh, wait. There it is. There we go. There we are. It's been a while. I don't know. It's been like a week since I've streamed, so I might have turned it off for some reason before. There it is. There it is. No to change EU Parliament. You need France and Spain with the Eastern Bloc to vote in anything. That makes sense. Yeah. After Russia's done denazifying Ukraine, they'll move west and free the rest of the world. Raj is still scared of what the leftists think and what the media will write about him. He will not do deportations on the scale needed because he fears being called a racist and sees the Muslims as necessary to win elections. Interesting. Okay. I think there are a lot of people that probably agree with that, but I think there's probably enough people that see him as a better alternative to what the UK already has in terms of Labour and Conservatives, or Labour and Tories. Gotta be. I think there's. In terms of political capital and the current situation in the UK. I mean, I remember. I just saw this today. Was it this? I think it was this.
All we want to do is protect our children, nothing else. Here in Liverpool, this is one of several protests being organised outside hotels housing asylum seekers across the country today.
They have done no risk assessment to the existing people in those communities.
I mean, people like this, Nigel Farage is going to suck up these votes. Like no one's gonna stop Nigel Farage from sucking up votes from ladies like this.
It's always the poorest communities, and if women don't stand up, right, because what annoys me is that I'll be labelled as a far-right Nazi bigot. I've been left-wing all my life, yeah, and I'm not far-right, I'm just right.
Here, both sides are being kept well separate by the police. On one side, the organisers say this is a peaceful protest focused on protecting women and children. But the other side, the counter-demonstrators say this is a protest organised by the far right, and they're here to stop fascism.
Nazi scum off our streets! Nazi scum off our streets!
I think it's atrocious that we live in a place where people are turning up to try and kick people out of the housing and accommodation. That is not Liverpool. We are a welcoming city.
I feel bad for them because obviously I understand that they want to protect people, but they're not. It's on baseless facts. It's not true.
I don't care what their far-right slogans are. I'm just an ordinary person who is concerned about the children in our community. I'm not far-right. It's ridiculous to say such a thing.
So do you identify with the far-right? Because we can hear now shouts of "Hey, Tommy, Tommy."
Do you know what? I'm 72. I'm not racist.
But what about the people around?
I don't think they're racist.
We prefer to call ourselves patriots.
That was one. There was another one. Well, I got a bunch of them here.
Britain has sleepwalked in.
Actually, well. Oh, yeah. There was this. I mean, is it fair to equate these people to Nazi scum? Is that fair? Yes. Why? I'm just wondering if this is effective and it's going to be reflective of more countries. There was a town in Spain that just banned the call to prayer and a bunch of stuff. Well, this was Germany.
She's just shooting up right there in broad daylight, and Eddie overdosing. Thank you so much. This is a camera mic. As you can see, we can't call. Getting interrogated by the police there.
Oh no, propaganda. Propaganda. There was a town in Spain, I think, that just banned, I think it was by the Vox Party, just banned, I don't know if it was the call to prayer or like Muslim practice in general. It was this guy. This guy. Have you ever seen this guy before?
Life is this.
Leftists calling you racist, but you're just a chill guy who calls Western culture superior.
I like this.
Because it is.
Life is this. I like this.
This two-part comment. I'm very unsure if the current political... in giant telephone poles, vertical. Oh, God. It's easier for me to read here. You can be on top of the ladder and hold it with just your hand, and the pole will not fall. But then when you pull, it's lying on the ground vertically. It requires a lot of energy to get it to stand up. And that's not a situation between Eastern Europe and West. Eastern Europe can't just close the borders and do some technical changes politically, and they're set with that. What's happened in Western Europe already is... yeah. Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. It bans missile celebration in private areas. Okay, yeah. No, that's a fair point, Conrad. That's a fair point. Oh, there's JLP right there.
The mayor of London is Muslim. The mayor of Birmingham is a Muslim. The mayor of Leeds is Muslim. The mayor of Blackburn is Muslim. The mayor of Sheffield is Muslim. The mayor of Oxford is a Muslim. The mayor of Luton is a Muslim. The mayor of Oldham is a Muslim. The mayor of Rochdale is a Muslim. All of this was achieved by only 4 million Muslims out of the 66 million people in England. Today in England, there are over 3,000 mosques. There are over 130 Sharia courts in England, and there are more than 50 Sharia councils. 78% of Muslim women do not work and receive state support and free accommodation. 63% of Muslims do not.
Your feed is scary. No funny cats. This is not my feed. My feed is, it is politics, but my feed is also golf, guitars, chefs. My feed. This is all my save stuff. This is stuff that I save for the stream. So I'll click save and I just bring it up for rage bait basically. So my feed has like chefs and food is probably the biggest demographic of algo, and then it's guitars, bands, and then sports is somewhere like probably in between, bands and sports. Politics is mixed in, obviously. Japanese girls, and like pug dogs. I love pug dogs. Pug dogs to me are like the best. So my actual algo has a lot of things, but I only save stuff in here for the stream so I can rage bait everybody. We gather back. Shouldn't say because you guys look. You took incredible offense to Asmongold. That was not my stance, Conrad. That was Asmongold's stance. Okay, I know. Oh, America is so welcoming. We should just take them. I understand. I get it. I know. But that was Asmongold. That was not me. All right. But yeah. No, I save all this stuff for the stream. Everything that you see here is for the stream. This is just stuff that this does cross my algo, but my algo is like, it's mostly food, to be honest. I mean, this is literally my page. This is my page. My page is this is like, if you go to my page, which I'm not gonna just show, but my page is literally all food. This is literally my page. There's me when I was in the army. Like my actual page is nothing but food, basically. It's like pictures of food that I've either eaten in restaurants or food that I've cooked. And it's mostly food because that's what I enjoy the most. That's my passion. And I really enjoy it. But my algo is a lot of food, a lot of chefs, a lot of restaurants. And then it's mixed in with sports, politics, music, things like that, obviously. But yeah, this is literally what my actual page is nothing but food. There's me when I was a kid. You can see me right there. That's me when I was a kid, little leg 8 right there. But yeah, that's what my actual page consists of. Train driver. Aryan, like a very, very Aryan. When I was a kid, dude, I was a blonde-haired kid, man. My hair was golden blonde when I was a kid. And now I'm just bald and old. My feed is just e-girls. No, e-girls are fucking degenerate. E-girls, we went over this earlier. It was probably before you came in, but there was a girl who came in who was like in the, or there was a something, I don't know what it was. It was Lil Tay. Lil Tay. All I know is anybody that I know that I respect will not turn into some midlife crisis fuck that fucking says, okay, well, I'm just gonna fucking, give fucking e-girls all my money. Like guys my age do, Anyways, let's finish this video. Real quick.
Fell by 79% in the first 9 months of 2024 compared to the previous year. By late 2024, the numbers of migrants coming through Slovakia were a fraction of what they had been at their 2023 peak. This decline can be attributed partly to tighter border enforcement by Slovakia and its neighbors, and partly to coordinated efforts with Hungary and Serbia to discourage migrant transit. Even in mid-2023, with only a short stay flow of migrants in border areas, 75% of Slovaks told pollsters that they still wanted tougher anti-illegal migration measures. This suggests that while hardline policies worked to prevent real influxes, the political prominence of the issue did not fade. If anything, the brief flare-up of migrant crossings in 2022-23 reignited public anxiety and helped propel Fico back into the prime minister's seat in late 2023. In other words, Slovakia solved the immediate practical challenges of the immigration crisis, seeing as there was no crisis inside Slovakia, but the political narrative of a broader crisis continued. However, it's hard to argue that Slovakia avoided the chaos seen in southern or western Europe in 2015. And even during Europe's Ukraine refugee wave in 2022, it managed the inflow smoothly, with many Ukrainians eventually returning or integrating without incident. Yet, critics would say this solution was only possible because Slovakia is uniquely positioned and willing to exclude outsiders, something not all nations can or will do. But here's the most noteworthy part of Slovakia's immigration story. The entire crisis was built on a phantom. In 2015, Slovakia granted asylum to exactly 14 people. During that same year, Muslims made up just 0.2% of the population. As President Andrej Kiska brusquely put it, "We have no migrants. Slovakia is not being touched by this issue. We have our own problems, and we should focus on them." Yet somehow, a country with virtually no immigrants became consumed by immigration panic. The fear was as real as it was irrational. Towns held protests against refugee arrivals that would never happen. And as we mentioned with Bratislava, where 97% of voters rejected a proposal to temporarily house 500 asylum seekers, a facility that was ultimately never built. Media coverage of terrorist attacks and refugee camps in Western Europe convinced Slovaks that even a handful of migrants could destroy their way of life. Fico turned this phantom threat into political gold. He warned that Muslim refugees would change the nature, culture, and values of the state, and claimed his government was monitoring every single Muslim in the country for security reasons. Never mind that polls showed Slovaks were far more worried about jobs and healthcare than immigration. Once the refugee crisis hit the headlines, migration dominated everything. So, as the rest of the world started paying attention, the question became, was Slovakia being praised for standing firm or criticized for turning its back on those in need? Slovakia's tough immigration stance didn't just block migrants. It divided opinions across the board. Inside the country, leaders were celebrated. Nearly 90% of Slovaks supported rejecting the EU's migrant quotas. And by 2023, most wanted even stricter controls. Politicians who promised to protect Slovakia kept winning elections. Robert Fico, in particular, used anti-immigration messages to win in both 2016 and 2023. Meanwhile, anyone who disagreed was quickly pushed aside. President Kiska was politically sidelined after suggesting the country should accept a few thousand refugees. Foreign Minister Lajčák resigned in protest over Slovakia rejecting the UN migration deal, and barely anyone blinked. The message was loud and clear. Take a hard line on immigration or risk your career. But as we mentioned, there was plenty of backlash. Western European officials slammed Slovakia for lacking solidarity during the refugee crisis. The European Commission took Slovakia to court, and in 2017, the European Court of Justice ruled that the country had to accept its share of asylum seekers. But Fico didn't back down. He said Slovakia would respect the court, but also made it clear that their stance has not changed at all. Instead of taking in people, Slovakia offered money and sent border guards to help elsewhere, arguing that most migrants didn't want to stay in Slovakia anyway. In the end, Slovakia joined Hungary, Poland, and the Czech Republic in what became known as Europe's anti-immigration bloc, the Visegrad Group. These were the 4 countries that told Brussels no and stuck with it. As to be expected, the human rights groups unleashed their fury. Amnesty International called Slovakia's Christians-only policy openly Islamophobic. The UNHCR reminded Slovakia that refugee protection must be based on need, not religion. Rights advocates accused Bratislava of turning its back on persecuted people and making asylum practically inaccessible. Slovakia's response? Radio silence, perhaps celebrating their success. For Slovakia, the only real headache came from their neighbors. In 2022, when migrants started transitioning through Slovakia to reach Germany, the Czech Republic and Austria slammed their borders shut against Slovakia. Czech officials complained that Slovakia wasn't stopping the flow, effectively dumping migrants on their doorstep. Slovakia stood up to being treated like a transit country, but quickly learned the lesson: impose your own border checks or watch your neighbors do it for you. So the verdict? Slovakia's immigration solution created a perfect split. National heroes at home, European villains in Brussels, and reluctant role models for a continent slowly adopting their approach. As Slovakia continues rejecting EU migration pacts, it finds itself applauded in Budapest and condemned in Brussels, such as the price of solving immigration the Slovak way. You either love them or hate them, but you can't ignore the results. But there is one other question lingering in the air. Can other countries follow Slovakia's model? And how many will try? Whether Slovakia's hardline immigration strategy is realistic for other countries depends on several unique factors that shaped its success. In many ways, Slovakia's situation allowed it to take an uncompromising stance with relatively low cost to itself, conditions that do not apply everywhere. Slovakia's geography made its border defense feasible. It has no Mediterranean coast or major refugee landing sites, and its only non-EU neighbor is Ukraine to the east, from where large migrant flows from the Middle East and Africa are uncommon. In 2015, the main Balkan migrant trail went through Hungary and Austria. Slovakia lay slightly north of the busiest route, sparing it from the initial flood. A country like Italy or Greece, by contrast, directly receives tens of thousands of maritime arrivals. They cannot simply wish the problem away or close a single land border to stop it. Slovakia's physically smaller size and population of 5.4 million also means even a few hundred refugees would be noticeable. In bigger states like Germany or France with long traditions of immigration, the societal dynamics are entirely different. The homogeneity of Slovakia's society, over 80% ethnically Slovak, with very small immigrant communities, made it politically easier to adopt a near-zero immigration policy. There were few domestic interest groups or industries lobbying for migrant labor, and no legacy of colonial ties that might compel intake of refugees from former colonies, unlike, say, France or the UK. Simply put, Slovakia was already leaning towards keeping to itself, and since it wasn't directly on the main migration routes, it had more room to stick to that approach. Unlike countries on the front lines, Slovakia could afford to shut things down without the same pressure. Also, not every country has the political backing to take the hardline approach Slovakia did. In Slovakia, many voters were firmly against immigration, so leaders could pass strict policies without much pushback. But in many Western European countries, things are more complicated. There are bigger pro-refugee communities, stronger legal protections, and memories of World War II that make people cautious with harsh policies. If a country like Sweden tried to shut the door on asylum seekers or only accept Christians, it would face major protests and likely end up in court. Slovakia dances dangerously close to international law's red lines: religious screening, indefinite detention, deploying tactics that would trigger political rashness in more liberal democracies. But Slovakia wasn't operating in isolation. The Visegrad Group became Slovakia's backup. Hungary, Poland, and Czechia were all saying the same thing to Brussels: no. With these allies by its side, Slovakia wasn't just a small country pushing back. It was part of a united front. Standing alone, a country would face massive pressure from the EU. But with the group behind it, that resistance started to look more legitimate. Slovakia benefited from the perfect mix: strong support at home and powerful friends in the region. Most countries don't get that kind of alignment when they decide to go head-to-head with the EU. However, there's also the matter of the consequences of burden shifting to think about here. Slovakia's immigration strategy operates on a fundamental contradiction. It succeeds precisely because other nations don't follow suit. This approach functions like a game of musical chairs, effective only when most players remain standing. If Greece, Italy, and other entry points adopted Slovakia's zero-tolerance model, the system would collapse, or simply push the crisis to the margins, creating humanitarian disasters at Europe's borders. If we take a look at Hungary, when the country put up its border fence, thousands of migrants backed up in the Balkans like water behind a dam. If larger transit hubs or destination countries attempted Slovakia's wholesale rejection, the domino effect crisis would be catastrophic. Slovakia's model works because Germany, Sweden, and others continue absorbing the human overflow, making Slovakia's success parasitic on others' burden sharing. But there are blatant economic and ethical blind spots here. While countries like Canada or Germany rely on immigration to fill jobs and deal with aging populations, Slovakia doesn't face the same challenges. Even though many Slovaks work abroad, the country doesn't need large numbers of newcomers. And in a place like Slovakia, where the population is mostly the same in terms of background, leaders can speak out against immigration without facing the same kind of political backlash you'd see in more diverse countries. So,
what's up, Arite? Is access to white people a human right? Depends on who you ask, Arite. How you doing? What's going on?
what about Slovakia's reputation and how this could rub off on other countries? Well, countries that have built their international identity around humanitarian leadership face steeper costs for adopting Slovakia's hardline stance. As a smaller player, Slovakia calculated that keeping migrants out outweighed any diplomatic damage. Larger nations with global responsibilities rarely enjoy such freedom. Ironically, parts of Slovakia's hardline approach are now becoming common across Europe. Strict border controls, offshore processing centers like Denmark's deal with Rwanda or Italy's agreement with Albania, and a focus on security when screening migrants are no longer fringe ideas. What used to be seen as extreme positions by the Visegrad countries are now starting to look more like the new normal. So when trying to answer the question as to whether Slovakia has affected the rest of the world, we must point out that it solved what it calls its immigration crisis by ensuring the crisis simply happens elsewhere. A strategy that works only if replicated selectively. For similarly positioned Central and Eastern European states, Slovakia offers a blueprint of political will yielding tangible results. For others, it presents a...
I just don't see this happening in Germany, France, Spain, United Kingdom. I don't see that. This is like an Eastern Bloc kind of thing. Unless I'm wrong. I mean, you guys are over there. You tell me. But I just don't see this happening in Western Europe.
Cautionary tale about the limits of national isolation in addressing interconnected humanitarian challenges. Slovakia's story ultimately reveals both the possibilities and contradictions of unilateral action in a multilateral crisis. It demonstrates what a determined small nation can achieve through strict policy and political resolve, while highlighting the moral complexities of solutions that depend on others bearing the weight of collective challenges. What about why Austria is suddenly declaring war on immigration?
I mean, the UK spent hundreds of millions of dollars paying France to figure this out for them. And France said, okay, we'll just take your money and not do anything about it, you know? I mean, there are entire networks on the coast of France that are built out to help people reach the UK. And from what I understand, like, the UK has been paying France to help them figure that out, and they haven't, and they just don't. And you know, I'm not even sure what is actually even going on in Germany right now, because in my mind, I'm thinking like 2015 was enough. 2015 was enough to take everything that could happen to a European country and do it all in one shot. Let alone Spain, France, you know, a lot of other countries. I shared Rage Bait in Discord. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. Is it, yeah, but is it like, is it digestible? Is it half an hour? I'm not doing half an hour. I gave Saboteur half an hour. Okay. I want to get back to my slop. Okay, there's slop that I wanted to get to. $15. Okay. We can do this. Yep.
I think black people are not irredeemable, but there just needs to be brutal honesty. It's like, look, these black people are really struggling, and they're turning into these main.
Is this just like generally about race, or is this specifically about what we were talking about? I think I've actually seen clips of this before.
It seems like they don't do anything right. They're obnoxious, they're rude, they're inconsiderate, aggressive.
This is not in the context of what we've been talking about. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, clearly. Literally in the title. Ooh. It's gone viral in the React community. I know. I think I've even seen a clip from this.
Cruel. And, you know, look, nobody hates black people for being black. If there are people like that, I think that's exceedingly rare. And I don't consider myself one of them. The reason that people have negative attitudes about black people is because most people's interactions with black people are negative. Most people's interactions with black people is when you're stuck in traffic and you see a Nissan Altima speeding down the shoulder. And you say, what the fuck? You're not supposed to do that. If everybody did that, it would just be another...
It's funny because it's true, right? They know, or at least this guy over here knows. He's either been a part of it or has seen it.
And, you know, not everybody can do that. But it's like...
The previous topic was Europe, okay? The previous topic was Europe. We're not talking about why people are the way they are, okay? We were talking about why Europe is doing what Europe is doing, okay? Now, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've either seen clips of this or have seen this video.
These people have no...
But let me be clear. I don't hate black people. I don't group all black people in one fucking bucket. And I don't think I'm better than black people. Now, if that makes me a soy cuck, then fucking whatever. I will own that label. But because Conrad has been a staunch supporter of the Leggett Lanius Jr. channel, I will entertain this video. You are black people. Okay, well, yeah. I think you mean America, right? Was that what that means? I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean? You are black people.
Respect for decorum.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same. This is related to, I mean, who's in Paris? It's not the same. It's not the same. I know I got a clip of it. Let me see. It's not the same. No, it's not the same. Well, you know what? I know Conrad's gonna love this one. Let me just put this one up. Yeah, I gotta put this one up for Conrad. Conrad's gonna love this one.
There were some headlines over the weekend that seem to suggest you no longer identify as being Nigerian. Of course, you were born in this country, you spent your childhood in Nigeria. Were those headlines accurately reflecting what you were saying? What's your sort of status in terms of how you identify British, Nigerian, all the rest of it?
Well, I think that the BBC certainly wrote that headline. It wasn't quite what I said, but it is true. My main identity is as British. That is what I see myself as. Nigeria is a nationality. It's not an ethnicity. There's no such language as Nigerian. There are lots of different ethnic groups there. And I think that as a politician in this country, we need to be very focused on what is happening here, not what's happening elsewhere. And every day, I see loads of Labour MPs in particular talking about every other country except the UK. If you come to this country, you need to be very focused on making sure that you integrate. And if you're a politician, you need to be 100% focused on British issues. And that's basically what I was saying.
There were some headlines over the weekend that seem to suggest you no longer identify...
All right. Now, can she say that she's British but not English? Like if she said I'm English, like that would be batshit crazy, right? But if she said I'm British, would she be right? I'm not versed enough in Skyrim to verify that. I'm not versed enough. But I get what you're trying to say. In fact, that's why I saved this video just for you. Just for you. I literally... There are things that cross my path in my actual IRL day-to-day life where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to save that one for Conrad. I'm going to save that one for Casey. I'm going to save that one. I literally take this life that we're having right now together and I say... Okay, yeah. The things that I see in my actual life, I'm going to save that for later because I want to show these people that I know online these things. All right. So just be glad that I think about you guys from time to time. Not as anonymous random people on the internet, but actual people that I want to engage with and think about. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. I want to know what they think. All right. But that's not the video I was looking for. Oh, what was the video I was looking for? We are all too online. Yes, exactly. Well, I appreciate it. Oh, this guy. This. Okay. Let's give me your opinion on this. All right. Now, I have made the case, or I have contended that when Black Americans go abroad, they are considered American by the people that perceive them. Right. Now, this is a story of exactly that kind of scenario.
You went to Africa. Where about?
I went to Ghana.
It's
I'm gonna tell you something though. I had a friend of mine. She was in Africa for about 6 months at that time. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but she said, "I'm glad I was a slave."
I've heard that before too.
I'm going to start this over. But he said that he knew somebody who said, "I'm glad I was a slave." Having gone to some of these countries, right?
You went to Africa. Where about?
I went to Ghana.
It's
I'm gonna tell you something though. I had a friend of mine. She was in Africa for about 6 months at that time. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but she said, "I'm glad I was a slave."
I've heard that before too.
It's just funny because she said it. Like, what you mean? But now I understand. Like, I got off the plane. I was like, I'm home. And you know, like I'm crazy, right? You see all these dudes in the airports with their AKs and just walk around me mugging. I'm like, I'm home. Of course, they ain't got my luggage. I'm like, that's okay. My luggage here to come. You know, I'm just so happy to be in there. Nobody's smiling at me. But I'm like, wait a minute. I go outside, meet my friend. We get in the cab. I'm just like so excited. I'm just like, oh, I'm home. I'm in Africa, the motherland. I get out the cab, go to my spot, get my bags, unpack everything. I walk outside, and people just walking by like I don't even exist. I'm like, wait a minute, man. I'm like, I'm home.
I'm back, baby.
I'm home. No kind of reception, no kind of balloons, no flowers. I'm like, the prodigal son has returned. Y'all don't see me? Nah, they didn't see me. Then I was going around telling folks, like trying to blend in, like saying my tribe, you know, I'm this. They was
my goodness.
They was like, you're not African. They said you either from America or you from England, but you're not African. Like, so everybody told me I wasn't African. I didn't get one person to co-sign me being African, not one person. Not one. So I quickly realized that I wasn't from Africa, even though when I was younger, I used to get called African booty scratcher. I got the brunt of being African, but when I went to Africa, I didn't even get accepted. So it was all in vain, you know. They just like, I can look in your eyes and tell you are not African. All this unification, yeah, right.
Lynch, I don't believe you though, because I watch movies, right? From the movies that I've seen, whenever a Black American arrives in Africa, there's Africans outside with spears. They're jumping up and down. They're singing. They have the choir out there. Like, it's a whole reception. Why should I believe you over the movies that I've seen?
I'm gonna tell you like this: if you are not spending money, you don't get no reception.
You went to Africa. Where about?
I went to Ghana.
It's
I'm gonna tell
Yeah. Now, I know that if I say that if if people in their country perceive them as American or British and not African, in my mind, that's okay. In my mind, I'm like, yeah, that's maybe the UK is not built out enough socioculturally in terms of cultural infrastructure. But yeah, we just don't have this mindset. I mean, some people do. Some people do. Some people have the mindset of, but who's anybody to say that, you know, a Black person from America isn't American? Who's to say that? Somebody that lived a couple hundred years ago? We just don't have that mindset here. Locals are going to see this guy is foreign. He's from somewhere. He's from America, but they don't see as a white American and a Black American as just they are American. Well, yeah. I mean, maybe they see different levels of American but they definitely don't see them as African. Where are they supposed to be from? Like, what label should they have? What label should they have if not American? Tell me that. Tell me what label they should have. Give me a label. Give me a label that they should have if they're not American. If they go abroad and be perceived by another country, the peoples of another country, what label should they be perceived as? Tribes, okay. Yeah, but it's still American. All right, I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 or 3 minutes. But I will let this play, and I will be listening. I'll have my headphones in.
The rules don't apply to them. They have no respect for society. Like, that's their interaction is they are a waiter, and they wait on a black table, and the black people don't tip, and they're fucking rude. Like, that's most people's interactions. It's stuff like that. They go to the DMV, and they see a black person behind the counter, and they say, oh, here we go. And the person's rude. Now, it just goes to show people are not racist. It goes to show people don't like people that are rude. That people don't, it's unpleasant. People want to be treated with consideration and respect. And it is true that black people are, in this day and age, unfortunately, seem to have very low moral character. It's not even just the violence, although the violence is pretty striking. If you live your life and you know that you're going to be mugged by black people, it kind of colors your opinion or perception of black people, wouldn't you say? If 99% of the carjackings and stabbings and shootings that you see in Chicago are by black people, when you're walking down the street late at night, guess what you're looking for? Black people. And you equate that with danger. And it doesn't take a lot of them to spoil the whole bunch like that. And we just want black people to take accountability and say, look, I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. It just seems that every time I encounter you people, for the most part, it's negative. And sometimes extremely negative, like I could get a gun in my face. You know, that's a problem. And people go, well, you are just loaded up with hatred and racism. It's like, I'm really not. I'm a really friendly person. I'm a really polite, friendly person. I give everybody a chance. But if I'm someplace and I see some black person walking in with their pants sagging and they can't articulate what their problem is or what they need, and they're rude and they're aggressive, and I'm in fear for my life, like, yeah, I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Man.
Why is he this way? Hey, Nick, crazy for real, bro.
Why do you enjoy that so much?
Hey, bro.
Dude.
Nah,
I ain't gonna lie, he had
crazy,
some points.
Bro.
I won't lie, he made a lot of valid points.
Nigga's crazy, bro. Oh my gosh. Ooh, I gotta see the comments after this, bro.
I think he made a lot of valid points.
Wow, bro.
I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Oh, man, what a relief to see you here. You're a sight for sore eyes. Wow. If black people were known for being the best, then we would be racist in the other direction. Oh, finally. So, yeah, that really bothers me. It just bothers me in this damn ass city, because that's all it is in Chicago, is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
It's a good point. He ended on right there. To a lot of black people, it is always somebody else's fault.
I would say, this is what I'll say. Okay, click that, go click that tweet.
She's black.
Click this tweet. Click the tweet. Yes, this is what I was getting ready to say. There's two different races of black people here. We have regular black people, like us here, and then we have Gus.
And
he described option B there.
Well, I mean, he lives in Chicago, so I'm sure
there's a lot of them there.
Yeah.
But there is a difference. Like, I'm sorry, but there is a difference.
Hold on. What percent of us?
There is a difference.
What percent
It's
of
two
us?
different races of people completely.
It is. But what percent of us are?
I don't know. A lot.
What estimate?
I would say
55.
Nah,
45.
not even that high. I would say like, I don't know what I would say. I don't know how many, but I know
I would
that.
say about 70.
Nah,
70's too high.
nah.
70.
I would say
it's
like
not the majority. It's the poorer ones. The father. Well, if we do say that, then it would be the majority.
I don't want to say a number.
What are you asking, Grok?
But everyone who lives is not.
Yeah.
No.
What did he search?
There's poor black people who are.
What did he search?
How many black people are in poverty?
Oh.
In 2023, only 17.9% of black people live in poverty.
So then it would be around 30%. I don't know. I think it is the.
I was gonna say.
Okay. Here's why this video is awesome, and thank you, Conrad. Because I think I have like an Instagram, like a reel of this. Oh wait, shit. Hold on, let me go grab my drink. I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
I mean, I think the point that he made about rude, inconsiderate behavior from people and negative interactions could sour you to a people, and I think that's a valid opinion. I think that's a valid outlook to have. I mean, if I had a bunch of negative interactions with someone, I would think negatively of that someone.
But if 40%, this is a stat and when, those 22. If 40% of black people commit violent crime, so that's 40 off the rip. So what percent are a good 20? You can't say it's less than 20.
So you think it's 60%?
Far over, buddy.
Wow.
40% commit violent crimes.
Well, I would say then 40%.
Yeah.
40,
So, you think
45.
I said 55%.
I'd say 45 to 55%.
Do you think
I said that off rip.
Do you think all inconsiderate people commit violent crimes?
I won't say no.
Okay, I think then it's above 40% then, bud.
That's why I said 55%, bud.
Because you do have to start at 40 with that.
Okay. Let me go back.
Black people, people come right and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in.
This part of the video is the best. This is the best part of the video right here. Look. Because you can see that this guy over here is clearly very... Look, I'll just fucking... Where is it? Okay. This guy... Can you see it, so? Why did my mic? Why did that disappear? Whatever. The guy on the left, right? Can you see it? Okay. Before you could see my mic. Or wait. Let me do. Says capture cursor. That's weird. Why did that happen? Wait. Okay, whatever. This guy.
That's a problem.
Okay.
And people go, well, you are just loaded up.
So this guy over here, right, is very enthusiastic about the message. This guy's kind of in the middle. I mean, it makes sense for the message or whatever. And, what's up? Oh, Corwin. Holy shit. I haven't seen you in a minute. What's going on? I find it more telling that the other people look unhappy that this info isn't working for them. Look, it's not about, well, it is about this guy's reception of it, right? But it's also about this guy's reception of it. This is the best part of the video.
With hatred and racism, it's like, I'm really not. I'm a really friendly person. I'm a really polite, friendly person. I give everybody a chance. But if I'm someplace and I see some black person walking in with their pants sagging and they can't articulate what their problem is or what they need, and they're rude and they're aggressive, and I'm in fear for my life, like, yeah, I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Man.
Why is he?
Now, this guy is clearly enjoying this moment because he probably agrees with Nick Fuentes, right? Whereas this guy's probably more neutral, and this guy's more like, what the fuck, dude?
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro.
In fact, he even asks him, like, why are you enjoying this so much, right?
It's crazy for real, bro.
Why do you enjoy it so much?
Yeah, literally, like, on cue.
Nah,
I ain't gonna lie, he had
crazy,
some points.
bro.
I won't lie, he made a lot of valid points.
Nigga's crazy, bro. Oh my gosh. Ooh, I gotta see the comments.
He's mad that Nick Fuentes said something that made this guy react in a way that was not expected. Most black people would probably not agree with. Maybe not most. A lot of black people would not agree with Nick Fuentes in general. But for some reason, it's really getting this guy in the mood, in the vibe, in the zone.
Yeah, it is, bro.
I think he made a lot of valid points.
Wow, bro.
I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior.
God forbid.
If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Oh, man, what a relief to see you here.
I'm forgetting everything. I gotta get a fucking jewel pot. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
You're a sight for sore eyes. Wow. If black people were known for being the best, then we would be racist in the other direction. Oh, finally. So yeah, that really bothers me. It just bothers me in this damn ass city, because that's all it is in Chicago, is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
That's a good point he ended on right there. To a lot of black people, it is always somebody else's fault.
I would say, this is what I'll say. Okay. Click that. Go click that tweet.
She's black.
Click this tweet. Click the tweet. Yes. This is what I was getting ready to say. There's two different races of black people here. We have regular black people, like us here, and then we have Gus.
And
he described option B there.
Well, I mean, he lives in Chicago, so I'm sure
there's a lot of them there.
Yeah.
But there is a difference. Like, I'm sorry, but there is a difference.
Hold on. What percent of us?
There is a difference.
What percent of us?
It's two different races of people completely.
It is. But what percent of us are?
I don't know. A lot.
What estimate?
I would say
55.
Nah,
45.
Not even that high. I would say, like, I don't know what I would say. I don't know how many, but I know that.
I would say about 70.
Nah,
70's too high.
nah.
70.
I would say
it's
like
not the majority. It's the poorer ones. Well, if we do say that, then it would be the majority.
I don't want
It doesn't matter. If you guys can't land on a number, it's probably like a 50-50 kind of thing. But they won't like it. They won't like the vibe of it, basically, that it's coming from a white guy. You know what? I will disagree with you on that one, Conrad. It just depends. The thing is that like the black-white dynamic here in the United States is so prevalent that the people that I think that you're discounting in terms of black people, you know, not liking the vibe, half of those people would at least respect that it came from a white guy. Because if it came from a Korean or an Indian or something like that, like it would just not be the same. But whatever. I mean, like the point I was trying to make, the point in my many trips back and forth from coming back here, is that like we at least have like this kind of self-awareness. I mean, like like it's hard to break it down in terms of numbers. So I'm just going to go 50-50 with it, because it even seems 50-50 here. Like this guy was saying 70%, and they're like, no, that's too high. And if you go lower than that, then they'll be like, oh, that's too low. It's probably 50-50. It's probably like 50%. Just round it off for the sake of conversation. There's probably 50% of people, black people in the United States, that would be like, okay, yeah, I can see what he's saying. What is 50-50? I don't know. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know how to answer that. What is 50-50? Get math ups. But the thing is, like, we have the socio-cultural infrastructure to have these kinds of conversations and not lose our minds over it, or at least, you know, like Americans for the most part, regardless of what you think that means, don't think that we're losing our country to different colored people. I mean, there's certainly an immigration issue here, but even the people that come here, even the people that come here illegally, don't come here with the mindset of, I'm going to destroy this place. I want to fundamentally change this entire fucking place. I want to eradicate Christian white identity. It's mostly just like people from South, like the immigration issue in America is there's a lot of people here from places that came here illegally, and that's it. It's not about replacement. It's not about replacement. I know. Conrad always goes back to 60 years ago. It was this. I know. 60 years ago. I know. 60 years ago. I know. 60 years ago. At least you're not battling race problems who comes with a fanatic religion. Exactly, Edgewalker. We are not battling that. Not yet, at least. Not yet, at least. Maybe that's still in the works, but as of right now, we're not. But I mean, like if you broadly go across the entire United States and show a video like this, you're probably going to get a 50-50 response of agreeing with him and not. Amongst black people. Which is what this video like it basically represents.
Say a number.
What are you asking, Grok?
But everyone who lives is not. Yeah. No.
What did you search?
Four black
Just
people.
ask it, Conrad. Just ask it. You don't have to tell me you have a question. Just ask it, all right? I'm sure it's like, oh, I have this super logical thing that I'm going to ask you, and you can't escape it because it's going to force you to recognize this thing about race, all right? Just go ahead and ask it, dude.
Or
what do you search?
How many black people are in poverty?
Oh.
In 2023, only 17.9% of black people live in poverty.
So then it would be around 30%. I don't know. I think it is the. I think
I was gonna say.
I think the point that he made about rude, inconsiderate behavior from people and negative interactions could sour you to a people, and I think that's a valid opinion. I think that's a valid outlook to have. I mean, if I had a bunch of negative interactions with someone, I would think negatively of that someone.
But if 40%, this is a stat and win. Those 22. If 40% of black people commit violent crime, so that's 40 off the rip. So what percent are a good 20? You can't say it's less than 20.
So you think it's 60%?
Far over, buddy.
Wow.
40% commit violent crimes.
Well, I would say then 40%.
Yeah.
40,
So, you think
45.
I said 55%.
I'd say 45 to 55%.
Do you think
Yeah.
all
I said that off rip.
Yeah.
Do you think all inconsiderate people commit violent crimes?
I won't say no. but
Okay,
I think
then it's above 40% then, bud.
that's why I said 55%, bud.
Because you do have to
That's
start
not
at
bad.
40 with that.
You gotta say over 50 for sure.
Sad though.
I don't know, man.
It is sad, but I ain't gonna lie. The way to end it is to do what we do. I feel like it, to call it out, and we can't just spare people's feelings anymore. That's why I'm not mad at what he said at all.
Well, I don't know. I think there just has to be some sort of accountability among black people. Like if black people as a collective stop defending that behavior and justifying that behavior and then accepting it as black behavior, then it would be frowned upon. But a lot of this stuff is accepted and defended by black people. Oh, they're just kids. Oh, they're hungry. Oh, they're this, they're that.
They had to.
It's always a defense from black people. So it's almost a justifying that behavior. If that type of stuff was condemned by black people in the majority, we would see a difference. But we don't. The black women want thugs that sag their pants and act gangster. They want that. That's why they single moms.
Well, now we're getting into like red pill topics. Many black people were tired of and whatever and decided, you know what we need. We need a different country for ourselves. Like every other part of the world. And like as well. And there was genuinely this conscience that took over. Would you be like, no? No, it wouldn't be like that. It wouldn't be like that. No, it wouldn't be like that. If black people want to do what black people want to do, no, it wouldn't. But you're insinuating that I might have some enthusiasm about my no about that. Like I would default to some level of enthusiasm about that. No. I've had awesome black friends. I've lived with black people. One of my roommates when I was in the army was from Africa. Super awesome guy. Like we just don't have this mindset here. Like if somebody asked me, would you prefer to live with a white person or a black person? I would be like, I don't care. But if I asked a German person that, and I said, "Hello, German person, would you like to live with a German person or a black person?" In Germany, if they said, "I'd prefer to live with a German person," then if somebody said that, I would be like, "Okay, fine, whatever." In the same way that I would here. But you insist hard on the America thing. They have to be American. Like, what else would they be or something? I don't even know what you mean by that. What does that? What does that mean? Oh my God, we get into these fucking race rabbit holes. This is, you know, this fun 15-minute video has turned into like 45 minutes to an hour of just race rabbit hole. Like, yeah, I got a quick, I dropped a link, and this is what happens. What's up, Sussy? How you doing? Can't trust his Germans. I don't know. I know Conrad doesn't hate black people. It's not about that. This is more about cohesiveness and no, it's not about hate. Here we go with the 60s again. How successful post 60s, like anti-racism was with you guys. Compared to the rest of the world, it's wildly successful. Most of the rest of the world hates each other for their differences. Or will at least draw incredibly hard lines because of their differences. I'm not. What drives me nuts is every time we talk about this, you make me feel like I'm a leftist utopian when I talk about this. That's what drives me nuts. Like everything's just magical rainbows and flowers because I think that black people and white people can live together, or Spanish people and white people can live together. You know, like I am not a leftist utopian. This is just how this is in the United States, dude. This is just how it is. We don't all always hate each other. We don't all always hate each other. There are a shit ton of white people that hate black people. There are a shit ton of black people that hate white people. There are a shit ton of black people that hate Chinese people, and there's a shit ton of Chinese people that hate black people, and there's a shit ton of Latino people that hate white people, and a shit ton of Latino people that hate Chinese people. This is just what, like, we hate each other better than everybody. Okay? And we try to not do that better than everybody at the same time. It's just a fucking weird experiment. That's what we are. You know, I understand that like people can have relationships all across spectrums, all across the world. I get that. But over here it's like it's very 50-50. It's like you either hate other people or you don't. And we're in this constant battle of figuring out who's going to win that battle. And for the most part, 60 years or not, you know, we just tend to not hate each other more. As the more time goes on, the less we hate each other. Think about how many black people and Latino people and other than white people voted for Donald Trump. You know, like we just typically progress in a different way. And I don't mean progress with a capital P, progressive. Yeah, it's just a different place. It's just a different place. That's all it is. It's just a different place. I don't care that a couple hundred years ago, a bunch of white guys got together and said, we're going to create this nation for, you know, for our children and our grandchildren, and we hope everything turns out white. and then fast forward a couple hundred years and it's not white anymore. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Most people don't care about that. The people that I want to know and get on with in my life don't care about that. That's just how it is here. Now, they did come up with some good rules, like the Second Amendment, right? The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, things like that. Those are good things that they came up with. But then there's a bunch of stuff that's like just not useful anymore here in the United States, just here. In Europe, it's a whole different story. If I went to Europe, anywhere in Europe, and it was and all of a sudden every street corner was filled with kebab shops and mosques and shit, I would be like, this is not the place I thought I was coming to. Whereas in America, we don't have that. We don't have that. We just have fucking unfettered capitalism everywhere. You're going to probably just come to America and see a bunch of gas stations and convenience stores and groceries, parking lots and things that you don't see in Europe because you guys walk everywhere. You guys walk everywhere or ride your bikes everywhere. Like, oh, I'm gonna walk and ride my bike. No, we don't do that here. We just drive everywhere. America is uniquely successful in city. Sorry, I know you guys are chatting and I appreciate it. I'm just so focused on winning this battle with Conrad right now, who is serenaded Swan in the chat. This idea that America was uniquely successful in its anti-racism and it's just so different in contrast to what is the rest of the world. Look in your mind. Do you think, like, if an Indian person or a Turkish person came to Germany, say in 1861, would that happen? What would happen? I don't know. I don't know. America was a unique. It's just so different. In contrast to that, what is the rest of the world like in your mind? Like, do you think that? Okay, yeah, no. The rest of the world is different. No, there's America and there's everybody else, and I don't care how fucking arrogant that sounds, or divisive, or whatever. Like, I don't care. I don't care. The crazy thing about this is, I am on your side, Conrad, in terms of how things are run where you're at. But you constantly battle me about the way things are where I'm at. Right? If I go to Germany and I don't see fucking German people around, I'm going to think, fuck, dude, maybe something's going on over here. Maybe we should look at this. But when it comes to America, because of 60 years ago, you lose your fucking mind. Because the CIA is trying to control the world and all this shit. I understand, like, you got this whole thing mapped out. You got a map on the fucking wall. It's like, fucking, I got yarn. Here's the CIA. And it's like, and here's this group and here's that group. And oh, this is how they're controlling everything. I'm on your side when it comes to what you guys have going on, where you're at. But when I tell you about what's going on where I'm at least how I see it, you got a big problem with it. It's like, can't accept that. No, we must challenge this narrative. And it's like, no, like, I'm on your, I get what you're talking about for where you live and what's going on over there. And I sympathize. I totally sympathize. But when it comes to this place, it's a completely different thing. Oh my God, this topic is always so fucking exhausting, man. Holy shit. And they were welcome as guests. Okay. You probably imagine that, I don't know, Europeans would kill them or something. I don't know what that means. What? There were Turkish people who, and even Indian people who visited Germany, Britain, etc. in the 1800s, and they were welcome as guests. You probably imagine that, I don't know, Europeans would kill them or something. No. No, I don't imagine that. America's so different, and it's not. It's the same as it is over here. Whenever great success, that anti-racism has been in America, it's the same exact thing over here. Ever since the 1960s, you are not different. That's what I mean. Okay. Well, I disagree. I think.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Oh, look at that. The XNB. AKA XNV. How you doing? What's going on, bud? I just disagree. I know. How you doing, XNB? / XNV. What's going on? I just disagree, okay? And it's fine that it's fine if we disagree. Right? If you're okay with just having different opinions about this, that's fine. We don't have race riots. You do. You tell me there's no race riots going on over there, man? Are you saying because you're like specifying Turks and Kurds that you're gonna tell me there's no race riots going on over there? I mean, yeah, we do have race riots. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. We do have race riots. Because that is part of our equation. That's part of our formula. We are still figuring it out. We are still figuring it out. That is part of our DNA. There's never been a race riot in Germany at the level in America. Yeah, because what's the fucking what is the demographic makeup of Germany? What is the demographic makeup of Germany? Okay. Germany has a population of approximately 84 million people with a balanced gender distribution. Here's a detailed breakdown. 84 million people, relatively balanced, age, immigration. Germany has a substantial immigrant population contributed to its ethnic and cultural diversity. Ethnic diversity. While the majority of the population identifies as German, there's a significant foreign-born population of Turks, Russians, Poles, Turks, not white, Russians, white, Poles, white, and other groups represented. Other groups, we don't know what they are. Regional differences. Regional, aging, low birth rate, government policies. Turks 6%, Russians 4.4%, Slavs 1.7%, Volga Germans, whatever that is, 2.7%, Poles 2.4%, Kurds 1.4%. I mean, if we're just talking about black people, we have like 13. You don't have one number that cracks above 10% in your diversity quota here. Okay? Not one of them cracks 10%. We automatically already have like black people at least 13%, right? Let alone Latinos, which is way more than that. Are there too few of them to riot? I don't know. The people in Germany who are not German don't want to fucking rock the boat too much. They don't want to get fucking deported, so they're not trying to break the system. Whereas here, these people in America can't get deported. I mean, some of them can, obviously. I mean, people who are here illegally can. But if you're not here illegally, what is the percentage of people in the U.S.? 14.4%, right? 40% black people, Latino. Latino people are 20%, right? So you already got a third of the country that's not white, are already off the bat, and that's probably based on citizenship, Have lived without citizenship for well, that's a you problem. Okay, that's a you problem. That's a you problem. All right. I mean, if we got 20% of the country is Latino, I don't know what to tell you about our conversation here. 20% Latino right off the bat. And I don't even know what we're arguing about anymore. I mean, my contention has been the same since we've been talking about this. This is a place built for this kind of thing. There are places that are not built for this kind of thing. You live in the place that's not built for this kind of thing, regardless of how many Turks and Kurds have been living in your country for fucking 50 years. Okay, I don't care about that. You guys are fucking German. You guys are white Christian German people, okay? America is just a fucking shit show, and we're all okay with that for the most part. Does anybody what is so different in America when it comes to this? Does anybody agree with me that America is different from Europe in terms of how we deal with race? Does anybody agree with me? You don't have to agree with me on numbers, but in terms of the way America views and deals with race and the way Europe views and deals with race, is it different? Does anybody agree with me? If you guys don't agree with me, just let me know. If you agree with me, great. If you don't, that's also great. But just let me know. Miss Anek, how you doing? Sorry, I missed your input there. Yes, but whiteness could be contextual. Africans in Africa are not defined by the identity of black. They are defined by a tribe. Yeah, well, that's what Conrad was talking about. America is different with how it deals with race, similar to Western Europe. Eastern Europe is different. Okay, I know that's that's a Missinix bringing the nuance. Most people in France and Germany and England up until 2015 happened. Okay, with the shit show too. We're okay with the shit show. Oh yeah, but no, yeah. Finish that sentence, Conrad. They were okay with the shit show too until it got out of control, until something happened, right? We've been doing that. We've been out of control. We've been that thing happened for a fucking 60 years. We've been doing that for a long time, and we're still going through it now. I'm not saying that every place has to be like us. Just most people in this country don't wake up and say, huh, man, there's a lot of fucking racial shit going on. No, they're like, I gotta get gas. I gotta go to work. I gotta get petrol. You know, whatever you guys say in Europe. You know, whatever the equivalent is. America's an ideal. Anyone can take an idea. This comes from Europeans, the English and French liberalism. Europe is not an identity or idea or identity. We are ethno states. Yes. Higher English here deals with the race like other morons. Don't disagree with that, XMB. It depends on what kind of diversity you're talking about. I swear my whole worldview would be different if there was. This is why I just fucking watch slop. This is why I just watch slop. We've dedicated at least an hour and a half to talking about this. I swear my whole worldview would be different if there was a single Wakanda from Africa or Haiti, the inner city cultures. Here's the thing. I already know Conrad is typing up a wall of text. A wall of text. But don't you know about this thing? Conrad, I'm going to type a wall of text. I already know it. There's no way that this much chat could go without Conrad saying something. There's no way. Conrad is typing a wall of text right now. There it is, right there. There it is. I knew it. I knew it was going to be a wall of text. I'm going to read a whole fucking paragraph. I knew it. There was no way that all of this chat happened without a wall of fucking Conrad text. I knew it. I don't know why you're so proud of being a cuck people, dude. Here's what Americans do. When your neighborhood becomes like 30% black or Mexican, you sell your house and move. And then when it happens to the next place, you move again. This is what you're proud of, bro. Oh, my patrol and my bills. This is the kind of dude you are proud of. You're just get run out. I've never done that. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out of 300 million people have not done that. I'm sure there are a lot of people out of 300 million that have done that. The Real Jesus Christ. Is there somebody named the Real Jesus Christ? I'm from California, and when I went to community college, there was so much anti-white curriculum being taught. It was annoying to me, and I'm not even white. Okay. People who have children do that. All Americans who have children do that. All Americans do that have children. All of them. I mean, what is the goal? What is the goal to make me realize here? Is the goal to make me realize that some races are bad? Like just in general, the races that Americans who are of other races, by the way, are bad? Oh my God. Might as well put on my relaxing music. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. There are black people and Latino people in the United States who are American. It's not the same. There are not black people and Latino people in Germany who are German. It's not the same. That's all. It's not the same. There are black people and Latino people and Chinese people or Asian people in the United States who are American. It's not the same. There are not black people or Asian people or Latino people in Germany who are German. I mean, let me just ask you: do you think it's impossible for a black person to be American? Do you think it's impossible for someone who's Latino to be American? Do you think it's impossible? It's definitely impossible for a black person or a Latino person or an Asian person to be German. The difference is that, well, if an Indian guy becomes Prime Minister of Britain, it's because he was British, not English. He's not English. He's British. Britain spans all of the UK, right? England does not span all of the UK. Britain spans all the UK. So that person is British. Oh my God. Does Britain span India? Not anymore, unless I don't know, unless there's a part of India still occupied by Britain that I don't know about. You didn't answer my question, though. You didn't answer my question. My question was, is it impossible for a black person or a Latino person or an Asian person to be American? Is that impossible? good discussion. I mean, it's a good discussion to listen to. It's fucking exhausting to fucking have. But I'm here for you, okay? I'm here for you guys. Yo, what's up, Grand? How you doing? I was listening to the podcast. I caught a couple episodes. I caught an episode of Anarcho Blackness, I think it was. Anarcho Blackness. And there was a 3-part series that I caught of homosexuality and class war. Something like that. I don't know. I caught a couple episodes of the podcast. And then I started reading. I started listening to the book, the Islam book, which is actually, it was very good. I got through the preface and the introduction and about halfway, I think, through the first chapter. But it seems like there are, I got the audiobook. It seems like the history of Islam is more complicated than just it's white colonialism's fault, is what I gathered from it. There's a lot of things inherent to the cultures, the countries and cultures involved in the development of Islam over the course of centuries that cannot be directly attributed to just imperialism. So it's interesting. Yeah. So I started the book and I caught a couple episodes of the podcast. Like I said, I fucking take what you guys give me and I actually bring it into my real life and I marinate in it and I delve into it. Grand recommended some stuff to me and I was getting into it. So English, Scottish, Welsh people are British, not Indians, but the majority of British population is legate bros who are like, I don't give a shit what Britain was before 2000s. That's old. Indians are British now. Okay. All right. Well, that does not directly answer my question. I think you attempted to answer my question with a analogy or an equivalency. But I asked you if black people or Latino people or Asian people could be American, or is it impossible for them to be American? That's what I asked you. Oh man, I know he's typing up a wall of text. Yep, there it is. I knew it. I knew it was a wall of text. Are black people American? I don't even know what an American is. Well, that one sentence alone gets this whole thing out the window. Epic definition of peoplehood says people who share a common political destiny. And then you talked about it to Casey. Yeah. The slightest pushback, Casey said, oh, that's even more broad than American citizenship. So you mean anyone could be American? Casey asked, and you thought, I'm just asking you. I understand. I had a conversation with Casey. I'm just asking you. You don't even know what an American is, but you expect me to know. Come on, mate. You're the one that's fucking adamantly passionate about this, okay? We could have moved on to another topic at some point, but we haven't, because you have pushed and pushed and pushed this. All right. I don't care if you don't know what an American is. If you don't know what an American is, then you don't have any arguments. You're going to sit here and tell me that you've said all these things to me over the past fucking hour. And on top of that, going to fucking sum it up with, I don't know what an American is? Do you know what a German is? Author's being confronted in one of his lectures by one of the audience members for not showing enough concern for how uniquely violent and aggressive Islam is in original context. I'm curious, Grant. Like the circles that you frequent, like your friends, the people you know. Like I don't know you personally, but I would consider you probably more leftist than anything else. I know you would probably say, no, I'm an anarchist. I get all that. But, with the content you're recommending me, at least in terms of the podcast, if you're listening to that podcast, there's definitely a leftist bent to it. So how do your friends receive you with your views on Islam? Because I respect that at least you're very consistent, super consistent about your views on religion. And I really respect that. But do you run into issues with like groups of people that you meet that might agree with you on most things, but when it comes to this, they might not? Because I'm 100% on board with you with that topic, but I can only imagine what it's like to have friends in the circles that you probably run in. And I don't imagine them being as definitive about their views on Islam. What is this? I said everyone in America. The ethnogenesis of the American people is from the independence from against Britain. That's my definition. Ethnogenesis of the American people is from the Yanks, Cavaliers, and Frontiermen. Well, that's not a bad definition. That's not a bad definition, Conrad. Black people in America are their own nation. Yeah, but okay. So, are you okay? Black people are their own nation together. Are you allowed to have a nation without land? Are you saying that they shouldn't have any land here? I mean, part of being a nation is having land, right? Are you saying that they don't have a right to the land as well? Don't they have their own neighborhoods? And yeah, but those neighborhoods aren't in America. That's part of it. It's part of it, right? It's part of it. It's part of it. It is part of it, isn't it? It's got to be part of it, right? You can't be American and not be from America and just fucking live in Russia. That's got to be part of it. You know what? You know what, Conrad? You're American, okay? You're American. Okay. That's what I'm ending this topic on. You are American. I am convinced that Conrad is just a fucking CIA psyop trying to fucking move me in some weird direction where his whole goal is to completely topsy-turvy change my perception on what it means to be American. I don't even know what to say anymore about what it means to be American. We've explored this topic so much. Designation by 5 factors: a sequence of importance, language, history, psychological constitution, territory, phenotype. All right. Look, everybody's got a lot to say. All right. Here's what I'm asking all of you. Okay? Yes or no. Not some fucking wall of text. Just yes or no. Is it possible for black people to be American? Just give me a yes or a no. That's all I want. I don't want... If I see anything more than yes or no, I'm just not going to read it. Okay, we got one. Jesus says yes. Edge says yes. Carwin is not being read. It's okay to say no, but I just want a yes or a no. All right, so we got 2 yeses. We got a no. Okay. 2 yeses and a no. 3 yeses and a no. Okay. We got 3 yeses and a no. You can, Miss Anek, you can. You can answer. You can answer. I'm giving you permission. Am I American? Yes, I am American. Under the definition, I said. What, do I have to scroll up and find it? America is where Americans are. Yeah. Okay, let's do this then. Let's do this. Let's do this. Here's the question. Yes or no? Can only white people be American? Or can only people of European descendants be American? Let's do that. Yes or no? Can only white people be American, or only people of European descendancy be American? That's a shit question. a lot of white people in America are not American. Fine, that's fine. But can only white people be American? Is the question, Conrad. That's the question. Can only white people be American? Are you asking are Americans seen by the world as white people? No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you, can only white people be American? Yes. Okay. 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 Well, then why did we have to fucking take an hour to get to that point? This is going in the Casey rabbit hole. I'm gonna talk to Casey about this one. I'm going to talk to Casey about this, not because I do value Casey's opinion. I think Casey's awesome. I love talking to Casey. And okay, and like a lot of other people too, but I want to know what they think about this concept. This is tribal. Can it happen? Yes. America's based in European culture, so you need to adopt the European culture to be American. If you live in America, aren't you American? Why does this have to be complicated? Well, Jesus, welcome to my chat. Playlist. Yeah, do that, Grand. Do that. Yeah. Grand, I would appreciate your opinion on this topic that we've been talking about. I would totally agree that leftists and communist Twitch are deeply dishonest and aloof when it comes to perception of Islam, and an irrelevant minority is concerned as I am. I only have one friend I also shared the book with and discussed the criticism of the religion. Yeah, I can't imagine you have the thing is, like, I think that you, if you have a lot of friends, they might not, it might not be because you share a lot of political similarities with because I think that, like, I think it's probably very easy to find a circle of leftist friends to just hang out with, but there's not a circle of leftists that you're going to find that have the same views of religion in totality as comprehensive as you do, meaning you incorporate equal criticisms of Christianity and Islam and everything else, because other leftists are not willing to do that. Like they will easily criticize Christianity, but when it comes to Islam, they just either turn a blind eye, or they consider it bigotry to criticize Islam. And I respect your situation. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll totally grant that, Conrad. We need to examine Islam publicly across the West. Get them out in the open. Reach a point where the atheists and the leftists can make fun of them as much as they do Christian. Well, that's the hard part, Edge. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Because they don't see Islam as a religion, they see it as a race, and they think that any criticism of the doctrine of Islam as a direct instance of bigotry, so it's impossible. That will never happen. That's why it's impossible to assimilate as a non-European person in it. You can tell straight up, no camouflage. I don't even know how to react to that. You can tell straight up, no camouflage. I don't even know how to react to that. I mean, I do appreciate that you're pushing my intellectual boundaries with this conversation, but I am exhausted from it. I'm literally exhausted from it. Literally exhausted from it. We have to save this for a Casey conversation. Reaction from the Islamo leftists will be so rough they will be forced to confront in their own ranks. So, guys, even I can't touch atheism now. Oh. I mean, I have a ton of anti-Islam discourse. I mean, like, there's so much shit that I have.
आप जैसे आलिम फाजिल से हम लोग समझना चाहते थे कि औरतें हिंदुस्तान की मस्जिद में क्यों नहीं आकर नमाज पढ़।
Like, I have so much. You guys can't see it because it's too, like, the text is probably too small to read and it's in another language. But believe me, I have like a ton of it. And I discount any clip that comes in from memory or memori or however you pronounce it because it automatically gets dismissed as propaganda. I don't have other online friends. How should I be fan of communist socialist? Real time discussing Islam and religion. Once I pointed out, not a real Muslim, agnostic. His principles, but they come from a conservative Islamic family. Parents are horrible. My parents mistreated and neglected them. There are literally people of color in America who have perfect American accents, speak English with grammatical correctness. How are they not assimilated? Jesus, I will direct you towards the Serenaded Swan, aka our beloved Conrad, to argue that one out. I think I'm done. I think I need to build out as an American living in America. I think I need to build out my discourse more, even more about what an American is before I fucking even engage in this anymore. Oh my god. Israel is also no. I'm fine with criticizing Islam without it having anything to do with fucking Israel or Jews. You already know my stance on fucking that topic anyway. Israel and Jews. Not going into it. Not happening. Other people, you're more than welcome to dive deep into that discourse in my chat, but I'm just not doing it. We love Western Europe. That's who we love. We love Western Europe is the best. That's who we love. That's who we love. We love a lot. No, we love Merkel. We love the woman who changed the face of Europe for centuries. We love Merkel. She did so much for Europe. She was so good. Deformation, what's up? How you doing? Welcome in. Nancy and her husband should be put in jail for a long time. I agree. Set an example. Yeah. I agree with that. Mormon phobic and Amish phobic. But can't be as exactly. You know what? The thing is, like, you know, Grant would probably get a lot of pushback in my chat in general, just mostly because I think, you know, I'm like one of the only people on Twitch that will have like a small right-wing audience. I'm not right-wing, but I know that I would probably have more of a right-wing audience than most people on Twitch. But Grant doesn't get enough respect. I mean, there's a shit ton of stuff I don't agree with Grant on. Grant and I have disagreed on a lot of things, but Grant is at least consistent on one thing that I totally agree on 100%. As someone who's like completely not religious and sees the difficulties in that arena of life, particularly with my own family. I mean, my family is like super reborn Christian. Oppose Islam. I don't think it's about opposing Islam, though. I mean, it doesn't have to be. But there are some sects, sects, that should be opposed. And I would expect leftists to be opposed to them, but they're not. And it's mostly because they know that if they do, that they could be considered racist if they did. And I'm looking for a clip. Multiple clips. I have a bunch of clips about this.
The city of Birmingham will not tolerate the disrespect of our Prophet, peace be upon him, and there will be outcomes from your actions. You will have repercussions for your actions. We have been trained from birth that we must defend the honor of our Prophet, and we will lay our life on the line.
Okay, you know, the other argument is, but okay, so if you don't like it here, go to your own country.
But why would we do that when our forefathers were instrumental in rebuilding this country after World War II? It was our grandfathers who worked in the factories 20 hours. It was our grandfathers who came here and run the infrastructure. It was our grandfathers who bought you the lovely curry, which is your national dish. So how can you tell us to go? We're not going nowhere. We are here to stay. Like I say, we're not here to take part. We're here to take over.
I love that. The city of Birmingham will not tolerate.
So I just don't think they would like it in the reverse. Like Jamaicans, I don't think they would be happy if a bunch of white
Have you
people.
lost a Jamaican?
Instant American patriots. The thing is that is the dilemma we find ourselves in, Conrad. I don't disagree with you on that. That is the dilemma of the American character. And I think that's probably why I framed the idea of what it means to be American, or the definition of an American, in terms of political destiny, political or cultural destiny. But I understand the point you're making there.
But when you say, like you said in your speech in France, you said things like, "We will conquer the world. We will have the flag at the White House." You got to understand, people get, they get scared of that. They get pushed back from that. I mean, you're saying we're going to take over your country, and maybe you're not saying that, but maybe Quran says that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that. Why? Of course, my Quran said it, and I'm repeating it. Of course, we will take over. Of course, we will take over. But just if we look at the numbers, of course, we will take over. Could you imagine that 44 countries, amongst them the strongest countries on earth, America, 44 countries, they went to a bunch of Muslims with old Kalashnikovs. They're fighting for almost 12 years now. Did they win anything? No, these Muslims are taking over in Afghanistan. Could you imagine that the strongest army on earth, if we say the air, the power on air, the air bases, it's Israel. They have, I don't know what kind of weapons that they have, the most sophisticated weapons. They're fighting against a bunch of Muslims with stones, rocks, thrown at them, and they're still winning every day, or still living every day. So of course that we will win. Can't you ask yourself a question? How does it come that the strongest places of the strongest countries on earth, they can't take over some parts of the world? That's a question to ask.
You brought up Israel. What's your position on Israel?
Yeah, we want to wipe Israel from the map. In 2 words, of course, we hate Israel. We don't recognize Israel and the flag of Israel. Israel can go to hell, like the flag of Israel can go to hell. And with the will of Allah, we will go and we will pray in Jerusalem as an Islamic state with the Sharia implemented. Of course, if Netanyahu wants to be there, he could be there, but I think the best thing for him is to move to America. I think the best friend of Israel is America, so let them move to America.
But when you say, like you said in your speech,
ask AI. How much money are each crisis in the U.S. worth? I'm sure it's in the billions, Saboteur. I'm sure. I'm not gonna Google it. I'm sure it's a lot. Thing is that, like, there are other people. There are people there are people from these countries, from Islam, from these cultures, that stand up against this kind of stuff, and they just don't get a loud enough voice, like this guy.
After the recent ban of Muslim Brotherhood in Jordan, I have a message to Western countries that still hosts the Brotherhood leaders and members. It's a message from those who know. The Muslim Brotherhood is not just a political movement. It is the ideological mother of some of the deadliest terrorist groups in the modern world. Since its founding, the Brotherhood has been crystal clear about its mission. Not reform, but domination. Not coexistence, but conquest. Throughout its history, violence has followed. In 1948, Brotherhood members assassinated Egyptian Prime Minister Mahmoud al-Nuqrashi. In 1979, their Syrian branch massacred 83 military cadets in the Aleppo Artillery School, targeted simply for belonging to the Alawite minority. In 1982, their uprising in Hama, Syria, triggered a battle that left tens of thousands dead. And in the 90s, Brotherhood ideologies inspired Al-Qaeda and other jihadi groups that carried out attacks across the Middle East and beyond. Yet, despite this bloody history, many Western countries still host Brotherhood leaders, treating them as moderates, allowing them to spread their ideology under the cover of religious freedom. This is a mistake, a deadly mistake. Europe, America, and the free world must understand the Muslim Brotherhood does not respect democracy. They use it until they are strong enough to replace it. Extremists do not come offering peace. They come offering destruction, first for their declared enemies, and then for the societies that gave them shelter. If you do not heed the warnings from Egypt, Jordan, Israel, and others who have seen the true face of the Brotherhood, you could be next. God forbid. History has already written the warning. Now the question is, will you listen? Extremism thrives when good people stay silent. After
That's a Casey one right there. There's another one. This is more like a media prominent guy. Where is he at? This guy.
I would only vote left.
Why is that?
I saw them as very stupid. I would fear the conservatives because I would only vote left.
Why is that?
I saw them as very stupid. I would fear the conservatives because they come with principle. That's not someone they can brainwash. But the left, I know they have no values and no principles to begin with. I dare you to find one Islamic extremist that votes for Donald Trump. Never do it. They'd give their vote to the leftist who wants to run around in pride parades. And Islamic extremists are against gays and homosexuals and transgenders, but they want the left to go and get busy with that. They want them, go speak about the climate, go speak about abortion, go kill yourselves, go do that. And Allah, she's fighting for abortion rights and all the other, my body, my choice. Yes, go do that, go do that.
What is the fundamentalist and jihadi agenda for America?
The future of America has to be Muslim. I would only vote left.
Why is that?
I saw them as very stupid.
What should it be? Propaganda. It's propaganda. Seems like AI. That's true, XMB. Yeah, they do. It's coming to a town near you. This is literally propaganda. It has to be, right? What about this? All right. You got tell me who you would rather have, okay? All right. This
ご存知ですか花札知りませんあ知りません3月の花ってカレンダーじゃん来いってどうしたすごい、かっこいいじゃん理解しましたか いいえ。どう見ても一緒やん。一緒やん。違います。私は上がることができます。このゲーム終了です。なんで？上がりって何？2月の戦いに参りましょうってなるわけです。これが恋恋のルールです。それはカスですね。びっくりしちゃった。
Or this.
On today's episode of How I Paid Rent as a Bop, so I have this guy, and I was given $150 for each skull that I could make it down. First for $150, $150, $150, $150. Last one was a bit of a struggle, so I was tipped $20 for trying. So yes.
This?
ご存知ですか？花札。知りません。あ、知りません。3月の花って。
Or this.
On today's episode of How I Paid Rent as a Bop.
Who would you rather have, dude? How bad do you want to have white children? How bad? How bad? Tell me. What is a bop? Game is rigged. What is a bop? Bop stands for, I think, baddie on point, but it really just means whore. You have an OnlyFans account, and that's it. You're done. You're done. You're done. That's it, bro. Oh, there we go.
Die Sonne scheint mir auf den Händen, euer Leben kann euch blenden. Hört sie aus den Häusern bricht, hört sie Eis auf das Gesicht. Wird der Nacht nicht unverdicht.
Amazing. Amazing. Let's go. Would you rather this?
頑張り屋さんな君を私が癒してあげます。よしよしよしよし。一人じゃないから大丈夫。今日もよく頑張ったね。
Or this?
So the other day I had a guy slide into my DMs and he was like, "Oh goddess, you're so beautiful, blah blah blah." And so I was like, okay, tribute, cash app, like, you know the rules. Paid it, so I was like, okay, cool, good job, like you pleased me today. don't get too excited though. So I think from here, right, I think the girls get kind of confused because like, okay, then like, what do you do next? So I said something along the lines of like, okay, I hope you understand that your job is to please me now, right? So he was like, oh yes, goddess, you know, we're all good. I just have to let you know, like, you know, I don't really have that much money. Like, you know, I just graduated from college, stuff like that. But I think you're so pretty. It's like, okay, thank you. And just leave it at that, right? I was like, all right, that's done, right? I'm not the desperate one here, right? So then he texts me back and he was like, hey, can I give you some coffee today? I said, I don't like coffee. Coffee makes me anxious. Plus, that's too cheap. How about brunch with the girls? Okay, how much will that be? I may have to buy an outfit, you know, mimosas, all that. Let's do somewhere around $80. Of course, you can get it higher. Golly, will I get a pic in return? Send it now and you'll see what you get. Send him these. And then he said something dirty. He was like, oh, do you want me to, like, you know, I think you guys should get it. I'm not going to say it on here. I said, okay, that's $20 for disrespect because you shouldn't be talking to me like that. He sent it. He was like, oh, I'm sorry. You know, I just want to let you know, like, I'm a dominant pay pig. And I was like, this is not going to work. But ladies, don't be afraid to charge. If you feel like you're being disrespected, if you feel like you're being talked to weird or just because, don't be afraid. And they don't do it, they're not there to stay. So the other day I had a guy slide into my DMs and he was like, oh, goddess, you're so beautiful.
I'm taking this all day, dude. All day. Taking this all day. Gatanang, what's up, bro? How you doing? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. I saw what you said, Grant. I'm not dismissing it, but I'm not doing any AI stuff right now. Just remind me about this when I talk to Casey. Do we risk losing our secular way of life if we allow our communities to form intersectional? Remind me of all that. I'm gonna. There's probably like a bunch of, you know, I'll probably talk to NOK and Casey and a bunch of other people about this. So just remind me of this. I'm sure various AI entities will give me interesting answers about that. Just remind me though. I had no clue what she was talking about. Who? Which one? The one that was fucking saying, I need a fucking pay pig. You need to fucking give me money for mimosas and a new outfit for my girls when I go to brunch? Or the Japanese girl who you had no clue what she was talking about, but you know that she wasn't fucking gouging you for fucking money. You know. Japanese salary woman. Have you seen her?
One photo, 40 million views, 4 days.
Have you seen her?
Internet completely lost its mind over a woman in a business suit. But here's the twist.
This chick. Have you seen her? This is what I'm talking about. The whole world lost their mind over this chick. Why do you think that is, dude?
She's not who everyone thinks she is. This is Saori Araki.
Now she's like an actual like celebrity or like idol or, you know, whatever. But that picture, this picture of her, this picture of her, like instant fame.
Photo 40
I mean, she was already famous in Japan, but then she became fucking globally famous.
million views, 4 days. The internet completely lost its mind over a woman in a business suit. But here's the twist. She's not who everyone thinks she is. This is Saori Araki, and her simple good...
Look at that. That's crazy good. Doesn't work on me. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Conrad. You're missing something. You need to, whatever that is, whatever that piece of the puzzle is, you need to get that.
Morning Post on
this is undeniable.
July 24th didn't just go viral, it broke people's brains. Men were literally posting about crashing their cars. The thirst was so real it became a meme. And everyone thought she was just a regular office worker. The internet's reaction was immediate and intense. Twitter user @badchestpain quote tweeted the image saying, just wrapped my car around a telephone pole, garnering over 50,000 likes in a single single day. Another user dramatically declared that seeing the photo had the effect of getting hit in the chest with a sledgehammer. The photo sparked cultural comparisons when user @EigenRobot posted a side-by-side image of Araki with American actress Sydney Sweeney, with the caption, "Which way, Western man?" When Araki posted a follow-up photo on July 27th showing her flashing a peace sign in the same suit, user @kpopping6 responded with a George Bush 9/11 meme captioned, "A second photo has hit the timeline, cementing her viral status." But who is Sari Araki really? Far from being just another office worker, she's actually a professional model and actress from Nagasaki, currently based in Tokyo. She was a member of the J-pop idol group Tokyo Girls Bravo, which debuted in January 2024, before graduating from the group in early 2025. The viral photo was actually taken during a professional visit to the Japanese design and manufacturing company Takeda. Araki has been quick to capitalize on her viral fame, addressing her fans directly on X and launching her YouTube channel. In her post, she explained her background. Until earlier this year, I was part of an idol group and revealed that she works in an office during the day and does side gigs as a model and actress. On July 29th, she uploaded her first YouTube short, discussing how her face has been spread across the internet and announcing her channel launch.
My first video might be Q&A style one, maybe. But if there's not much interest, I might just give up. Thanks for being here, and I'm excited to start this journey with you.
Her story proves that sometimes the most unexpected moments can become the biggest viral sensations. One photo, 40 million views, 4 days. The internet completely lost its mind over a woman.
Oh, yeah. No, it's definitely not that. Most of the women that I show you in these American girls versus Japanese girls comparisons are, the Japanese girls are J-pop. I mean, I guess J-pop is like a little, like, most people I think conflate J-pop with K-pop, but it's a little bit different because there is a J-pop culture, but there's also an idol culture, which is, from what I imagine, slightly different. Idol culture has like this thing to do with like kawaii stuff, like super ultra cuteness. Whereas the J-pop, K-pop thing is more about like strictly just music. The idol stuff is more like it's music, but it's also TV, movies, film, television, whatever. But the infrastructure of idol stuff is more their beauty and their cuteness and the kawaii stuff, whereas the J-pop or the K-pop is more like strictly like music. Like I don't think that Korean culture relies on K-pop for what is considered kawaii, basically. Like, so for example, this, right? Like, yeah, that's obviously J-pop, but these women are also tasked with other things. Television, movies, like I said, like a whole bunch of things. Whereas K-pop stars are just like, Britney Spears or Christina Aguilera kind of like situations. Make your Zoom right to Ahmed Kuru's lectures on Islam. Well, yeah. If they're, well, you're gonna have to recommend me some videos to show Casey on that one, Grand, because I only have the book. Higher than Japanese? Well, you're wrong. You're wrong, because the thing about the Korean girls is that a lot of them, there's a well, it just depends. I mean, but for the most part, there's a higher proclivity towards plastic surgery in Korean culture than there is in Japanese culture. So a lot of like the K-pop girls that you see have like these fucking, they try to westernize their looks and just do a bunch of fucking plastic surgery in Korea is ridiculous. It's like, or it's plastic surgery in Korea is almost Orwellian compared to like what it is in the United States. Whereas in Japan, it's like, this is what you get. Whatever it is, that's what it is. So that's what I appreciate more than anything, especially having grown up in Miami where fucking everybody's full of plastic surgery. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is part of my ongoing series, Japanese Girls. American Girls.
So I am a mattress. I'm a mattress actress, and I do not take birth control. So I am literally so, like, fertile. So I am a mattress. I'm a mattress actress, and
It's literally a flex now. It's a flex to be a fucking sex worker. Like the Korean minority of Japan? No. No, I have not. Showing the video of the black dudes and Nick Fuentes. That'll be epic. Oh, well, no, I probably will. I'd be curious to watch that with him. That'd be interesting. American Woman Slander. There's no such thing. No such thing. Absolutely no such thing. That is impossible. Let's see.
So, what were you saying about not having fun?
I'm done having fun.
Yeah, this is Japanese Girls.
こんにちは。今日は7月29日ということで、実は私のお誕生日です。で、今年で20歳になります。なんか桃のタルトのケーキが好きと言っていたら、用意していただきました。
Just excited to have like a nice slice of cake. You know?
めっちゃ嬉しい。
Nice to make their day. Just have a nice slice of cake.
美味しい。
Meanwhile, American Girls.
So, what were you saying about not having fun?
I'm done having fun. I'm done having fun. I had so much fun in my 20s. So much fun with so many men. Too much fun, honestly. I think I, reached the fun limit. But I'm serious about dating. I'm in my 30s. I have a plan. I have a time frame. I have deadlines.
Right.
I want a baby in a year. I just froze my eggs. I want a ring in 9 months, and I want to be married a year and a half, maybe 2 years. So I'm looking for someone who is at that level.
Well,
and is willing to meet me at that level.
For sure. This is our first date, so
yeah,
I feel
know.
Like
that's why I'm being crystal clear, because so many men who look just like you have just wasted years of my life, and I'm so sick of it, and I'm not going to let it happen.
Well, I thought you were trying to have...
I mean, obviously this is a skit, but this is not too far from reality, bro. Yeah, the men did it. It's the men's fault.
Fun, so it's
No,
like...
I'm not having fun. I'm done having fun.
Right, you're done with fun now, but before...
I had so much fun.
Yeah, that much is clear.
With a lot of men.
Yeah, I'm picturing a lot of things
and
right now.
And I don't need to do it anymore. And
Yeah.
honestly, you're really not my type. My friend told me to go out with you and because she seems like you're the type that wants to settle down. So
Okay.
normally I don't go for you, but I feel like maybe you're at the same place in your life and my life.
I don't know. Yeah, this might not be a great fit. So, what were you saying about...
Bro. Oh yeah, here we go.
We don't say that Islam is here to live, to coexist with lots of different religions and all of us can just hold hands and be friends. This religion was sent to dominate the world. It was sent to be superior, to extinguish the light of every other religion and to be superior to it. But we're not shy to say it, and we don't find that to be something that we should be shy to say. That this religion has been sent to dominate, to wipe out, to take out every other religion, to eclipse it, to be superior to it, to have the people leave every religion and to accept Islam. And if that requires fighting to achieve it, then it requires fighting to achieve it. Because the greatest purpose for which jihad was legislated is to make the word of Allah the highest and the word of those who disbelieve the lowest.
There is only one religion that has a problem with all the minorities. For example, Christians in Iraq, you know what happened to them in the Mosul. The Yazidis, we know what happened to them. The Druze now in Syria, we know what happened to them. The Alawites, the Alawiyin, we know what happened to them. On the other side, we see many minorities in Israel. The Christians, they live peacefully in Israel. The Jews, of course, they live in Israel. The Baha'is, they cannot live in any Muslim country, but they have the biggest and largest temple in Israel. The Ahmadis, they are kuffar, infidels, in the Muslim countries, but they can worship freely in Israel. So who's the problem here?
We don't say that Islam is here to live, to coexist with lots of different religions and all of us can just hold hands and be friends. This religion was sent to dominate the world. It was sent to be superior, to extinguish the light of every other religion and to be superior to it. But we're not shy to say it, and we don't find that to be something that we should be shy to say. That this religion has been sent to dominate, to wipe out, to take out.
Check. How about now? Yeah, I mean, I was just saying that we know that Christians do not live in total peace in Israel. They get spat on and all that. Yeah. Yeah. I know, Gran. Japanese girls.
今日は私、伊予木真央が同期のさっちゃんのお料理を見届けたいと思います。あ、私も大好きな桃だ。ねえさっちゃん、何作るの？フルーツと、あ、久保さんが好きなヨーグルト。
今日は国産の美味しい桃を使ってスペシャルなデザートを作っちゃいます。
へえ、それは楽しみだな。桃ってそのまま食べても美味しいし、いろんな料理に合うよね。なるほど。ミキサーにかけるんだね。生クリーム。
American girls.
So like actually Brad's mine. I don't want to share him with like actually anyone else. So if you actually don't know who Brad is, he's my like top spender on you know what. And he actually bought me my brand new scat pack. And I love him so much. Thank you, Brad. And this is how much he's tipped me so far. And I've only known him for 2 months, but I feel like I've known him for like years. It looks like he spoils me, but I actually take very good care of him. So, like, actually, Brad's mine. I don't want to share him with, like, actually anyone else.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
When Muslims go and conquer the adjacent country, what do? We kill them all? No. The Prophet says, the first thing you do is call them to Islam. If they accept it, leave them. Khalas, they're Muslims, we go. If they refuse, then tell them to pay taxation, jizya. If they refuse, then we have to fight. And if we fight you, then we capture you, you become our slaves, and we take your land, and you take where, because you refuse, I give you two good options.
Oh, two good options. You give me two good options. Either convert to Islam, pay ridiculous amounts of money, or we kill you. Yeah, two good options, perfectly fine, perfectly acceptable.
When Muslims go and conquer the adjacent country, what do? We kill them all? No. The Prophet says, the first thing you do is...
During my Islam phase. What Islam phase? I know you said you like had Muslim friends or something, but did you have an Islam phase? American girl is physically more beautiful than any Japanese girl you've shown. Yeah, but she's a whore. She's a fucking whore. What does that matter? What does it matter if she's physically more beautiful? She's a fucking whore. Like, you want that to be the mother of your children? Beauty matters? Oh, well. Yeah. Well, I mean, well, whatever. I disagree with you. I think the Japanese girls are more beautiful. But either way, you know, hopefully it's still like the end result. The end result. Like, would you rather have a successful marriage and children with a woman of a different race who is loyal and modest, or does that not matter, and you could just, you know, have sex with a whore, an absolute whore, and as long as your babies end up looking like you, then that's all that matters.
Get ready with me to break up with my boyfriend of 4 years.
Yeah, exactly. This.
Finally,
this.
Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Yo, Jesus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Legion.
My boyfriend of 4 years. In that sentence, it doesn't feel real. This has been one of the hardest decisions, and it's definitely going to be one of the hardest videos.
But I just feel like I've outgrown him. Like, I'm on a different level to him now. I'm making so much more money on my OnlyFans account. But then I'll go live in Africa or the Caribbean. I don't care where you live or what you do, as long as you're not marrying the whore. What do you feel is a big of a need to highlight that she's doing sex work when she comes up? Because we're talking about courtship and mating. We're not talking about like who she is as a person. You know, there might be a lot of sex workers out there that are like really good people, but at the end of the day, like men typically don't want to have offspring with sex workers. That's just I think that's pretty standard. Definitely acting. Yeah. Yeah. This is one of those topics that Grant and I disagree on a lot. Having seen sex work, having seen the sausage have been made, I'm not saying that sex workers don't deserve their own lives and respect or whatever. But for me personally, I'm not having children with a sex worker. I'm not doing it. I'm not dating a sex worker. I'm not patronizing a sex worker, and I'm certainly not having children with a sex worker. Period. The end. That's bare minimum. Yeah, it shouldn't become the mainstream. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sex worker's wife and co-ruler. Yeah, but that's them. That's not me. Okay. You know, if Byzantine emperors wanted to have sex workers as wives, hey, that's them. But that's not me. I'm not going to have a wife or the mother of my children as a former sex worker. And I'm speaking for someone who worked in the industry, right? Not happen. So no way. Just my preference. Just my thing, and I think most men, I think would agree with me. I'm not saying they don't deserve to have lives unto themselves. They most often manage to have them, but they have to hide a lot of their past, and that gets complicated. Trust me. As someone who directly had to deal with that, not just in my job, but even in a relationship, having discovered that my girlfriend was a sex worker from a friend of mine, not easy. Worked in the industry. I worked in a strip club. I worked in a strip club for 4 years. The first 6 months I was a bouncer, and the latter 3.5 months I worked behind the bar. But I worked in a strip club for about 4 years, so I saw the entire industry. And yeah. Professional stripper, yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Andrew Wilson became Christian. Let's say bumped into him being showed Admiral Gibbstream when he was with another guy. I saw you. Oh yeah, no, actually, I think so. I jumped into Admiral Gibbstream just to like kind of observe for a little bit, and I saw you chatted there for a little bit. But I think somebody like dropped an F-bomb. Did somebody drop an F-bomb in Admiral Gibbstream, and that's why, like, he turned off his audio for a while, right? I think I saw you in there earlier. I don't normally chat when I go in other people's streams unless it's like Chud Logic. Chud Logic is like the only other stream I'll chat in, unless it's like Casey or like somebody we know. But like streams outside of the people we know, I don't normally chat in. But I jumped in Admiral Gibbs stream. I think I saw you chatting in there. But I think something happened where, like, I guess somebody dropped an F-bomb on the stream. and he had to like kill the audio or something. Did that happen, or am I making things up? Pretty sure something happened because I jumped in the stream and there was like no audio for a while. The man, the myth, the legend. Turned it off. Left only him to. Yeah. I heard it. Yeah, something happened and realized when I think somebody dropped an F-bomb because I was there at the same time and I could only hear him talk. He cut off the audio from the rest of the other people in the Discord. So somebody must have dropped an F-bomb because I scrolled up and I saw that people were talking about possibly even deleting the VOD because of the F-bomb or whatever.
You see, the useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistically believing in the beauty of Soviet socialist or communist or whatever system, when they get disillusioned, they become the worst enemies. That's why my KGB instructors specifically made the point, never bother with leftists. Forget about these political prostitutes. Aim higher.
But to eliminate the others, to execute the others, don't they serve some purpose? Wouldn't they be the ones we rely on?
They serve purpose only at the stage of destabilization of a nation. For example, your leftists in the United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split and now he's working against Sandinistas. It's the same pattern everywhere. The moment they serve their purpose, all the useful idiots are either be executed entirely, all the idealistically minded Marxists, or exiled or put in prisons, like in Cuba. Many former Marxists are in Cuba. In prison. You see, the useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistic.
And they're so fond of it. I used to find it weird, but again, I get it. Yeah, I've seen videos of people still kind of like, fond of those days. They go back to the Eastern Bloc and they're like, what was it like? And oh, it was great. We had food, we had clothes, we had apartment. Everything was great, and then everything changed. Yeah, no, I've seen interviews of people like that back in the day.
The Muslim Brotherhood are controlling more than 86 mosques and schools around the UK, and they control charities such as Islamic Relief. I am proud to be from a country that's called United Arab Emirates. In UAE, we have the Muslim Brotherhood, which Hamas is the armed forces of it, banned. In UK, it's not banned. In Chelsea, where a kosher restaurant was attacked, these people have a problem with the stomach of a Jew, what he eats and consumes. That's extremism. You have a lot of extremists all the way here. If a kosher restaurant gets attacked all the way in Chelsea, if a Jewish person cannot put his kippah or his Orthodox identity all the way in Small Heath, and you can do a social experiment on this, then you have an issue of extremism and a growing of Muslim brotherhoods. They're controlling your society and they censor your freedom of right of criticizing them in the name of Islamophobia. Take the same Jewish Orthodox person all the way in Dubai on the 8th of October, on the 7th of October, on the 6th of October, all the way up to this point. He can freely show his identity with a pride and put the pin free the hostages, and also the flag of Israel on his chest. And the Palestinian, side by side, he can do exactly the same thing and express himself. That's a freedom of expression. But if the other person gets insulted and the other person has been justifying it, that's not freedom of expression. That's you destroying a whole society. And when a society criticizes you, you start bullying them in the name of Islamophobia and others. A few years ago, our founder of the country, Sheikh Zayed, he wanted us to reach Mars. So he sent us to some of all the universities all around the world, and we have some of the students who are here from the UAE studying here to go back and thrive and serve humanity. That's what we do. And then when we came here, we learned, we went all the way back to the UAE, we reached Mars. We achieved it. While we were doing that, someone was digging a tunnel to kidnap an 8-month-old baby from his mom. Two different visions in the Middle East. You choose, for those who are chanting on the street, which vision do they prefer? The Muslim Brotherhood are controlling more than 86 mosques and schools.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what about this? Oh, this will be good.
I'm fairly confident that I could show this image to the entire world. I think they picked the girl on the left as more
And yes, I agree with you, Conrad. That is an interesting dynamic.
attractive.
Really?
They
Okay,
prefer-
let's say the black girl, she dressed up with like the same outfit as the other one, and she did her hair, like the lighting really didn't hit her face. Can you even see like half of her face? And she has a nice smile. She's not ugly. Like I feel like we're judging her based.
Yo, get this girl some glasses prescription or something, bro. You gotta get linked up with that.
The way you're judging this person is the way you judge yourself. So.
Exactly. Same. I agree.
Yeah, like
and also she's beautiful.
Do you think there's anything we could know with common sense, not having to just prove it? Like, you don't have to go and everyone knows, like, the sky is blue. You don't have to check someone's parts to know, for the most part, that they're a woman when you see them. Like, that's just common sense. There are things we should just be able to look at that picture and not to degrade the woman on the right, but just
Correct.
objectively, yes, she is less attractive. I don't understand why we have to, like,
It's a matter of
prove all
fact.
these things with science and statistics. Like, you can still come to knowledge with just common sense, that things we all just know to be true.
I'm fairly confident that I could show this image to the entire world. I think they picked the girl on the left as more attractive.
Really?
They
Okay, let's say the black girl, she dressed.
Yep. Yeah. um, yeah. This.
自覚してます罪な存在スマホのカメラロールルってどうせ私ばっかでしょむしろそうじゃなきゃ OK 自覚してます罪な存在
Or this.
So you're currently married.
Yes.
Question. You're involved in traditional adult content. You
Yes.
do and you do boy-girl content.
Yes.
So he was fine though with you doing porn, OnlyFans,
Yeah, he did it with
whatever.
me.
Oh, he was part of your content.
Mhm.
That's when you started OF then.
Mhm.
Okay. So were you splitting revenue with him or?
Don't even start me on this. So when we got divorced, I have to pay him alimony, and I'm still paying alimony to this day
How long do you have to pay him alimony for?
until November.
Right, so you were the breadwinner in your marriage.
Yes.
How much did you pay him total?
I believe $300,000.
Okay, so that was your first marriage.
Yes.
You're paying your ex-husband how much per month?
$3,321 a month.
And in total, you said it's going to be $300,000.
I
How much
believe
was the
so.
How much was the lump sum that you paid him?
$75,000.
Paid him $75K. No kids though, right? You don't have any kids.
Mm-mm.
Okay. And then you're married again.
Yes.
You didn't learn your lesson the first time.
Well, I did a prenup this time.
You got a prenup. So what's the prenup?
That I keep my money.
So you're currently married.
Yes.
Question. You're involved in traditional adult content. You
Yes.
do.
I mean, fuck, dude. It's no. No. Instant no. Doing corn. Yeah, exactly. No. No. I mean, this.
君の好きな
like, yeah, I'm taking that. I'm taking that instantly. Yeah, like this.
はい。
やっほ
ういっす。
お邪魔します。
どうぞどうぞ。
ねえねえねえ、買い出し何時に行く？
いや、今日タコパじゃなくてテスト勉強がメインやけん。
あ、そっちか。
そっちやろ。
Or this.
In the long run, could you see yourself becoming more and more of like a legitimate star, or do you feel like just being like a creator is more your way?
I've been interested in it as long as I work with a company that like lets me direct it a little bit. I don't know if I would want to get like
That's not like a normal thing. That's like you've been in for a while, so you start doing crazy. But there's like way more girls that'll do like a one-on-one scene with a guy.
Yeah,
and,
I
like,
would do
you
it.
know.
I would do one-on-one scenes eventually. Just work my way up.
In the long run, could you see yourself becoming
Friends of sensing more and more words. I think there's I don't know if it's I don't want to say it's laziness, but so everything that you're looking at right now is Instagram, but a lot of content creators use a video editor to provide their content across multiple platforms. So they'll probably, make one thing that's good for one platform, and they'll just spread it across the rest of them. So to not say those words that they bleeped out on like YouTube, for example, is probably the best way to do YouTube. And they just take that video and they just do Instagram, TikTok, whatever. So I guess maybe it's like a content strategy, but it just depends on it. I think it's more technical than it is of a culture, right? Because you're like, oh, why are they bleeping out all those words? I think it's probably more of a technical. I think whoever edited the video was like, I need to put this video on YouTube. I need to put this video on this and that, and I need to censor out these words for those platforms. And I'm just going to take the same video and I'll just do it on the rest of the platforms too. So I think it's more of a technical thing, probably. But everything they bleeped out was porn, gangbang, fucking, anal three-way, like literally just fucking degen shit. This lady right here. Oh my god.
Some of the most racist people that I've ever been around are the kindest to animals. They will sit there and dote on their dogs and just like really make sure they have the most pampered, amazing life possible, while at the same time defending police violence, using racist dog whistles, or even criticizing movements that promote social equality. You would think that compassion for humans and animals go hand in hand, but for many people it does not. Because ultimately they see their pets as an extension of themselves, whereas with other people who are members of minority groups, they see them as this distinct and separate entity. That's why you'll also see white people have a lot more sympathy for the white South African immigrants that came here. Their empathy only goes as far as themselves or their families, so that includes their dogs, that includes people with the same skin color as them. But the second they are asked to empathize beyond that, that's when it stops, because their hatred has consumed them, which has led to a historic pattern of white people treating their animals better than human beings. And when they owned human beings and animals, the animals were treated much better. Some of the most racist people that I've ever been around are the kindest to animals. They will sit there and dote on their dog.
I'll let you be the judge. It's her too.
White women do not like to call things by their original names. In my opinion, it's because a lot of white women like me, their parents and grandparents are not accepting of practices that might seem too ethnic. So if they give it a gentrified name and make content about it, then it becomes more palatable to white audiences. And this isn't just beauty techniques either, it also is related to food and drinks. I literally saw a white woman making a version of an agua fresca and she called it like summer bevies. It's literally the same thing with what colonizers used to do, is they would go in and take the practices that they liked
change to the name, tell people they discovered it, and also in the process destroy the culture that they were appropriating and harm the people, which is why the gentrified naming is such a huge part of it. So if they call it temporary tattoos, then suddenly that makes it available to a wider audience of white people. And a lot of people in the comments are defending it as cultural appreciation. That's not appreciation, because you're not attributing those practices to their initial cultures. You're actually erasing the culture. How can you appreciate a culture that you're not acknowledging? The definition of cultural appropriation. It's fucking weird. Okay, bye. White women do not like to call things by their original names.
I mean, she is definitely getting into heaven. Greta Thunberg. Seville twin. He wants to debate about feminists. I'm not fucking debating PPG on anything. He's a fucking scumbag. No. No. Me, Greta. He's actually gay. I don't care if he's gay. He's a fucking scumbag, so no. I don't need to I don't need to debate him on feminism, one, because he's a scumbag, and two, I know he's going to twist the debate into fucking talking about fucking FDR and, and fucking, and why the cartels are good and like all the other shit that he fucking talks about. There's no need to fucking debate him. Yeah, I don't need to debate somebody who's gonna fucking slander me after I have stuck up for him in other places, and then slander me. Like, no, I don't think so. It's not gonna happen. What else we got? What else we got? Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I said you're a white man, so you won't get by the police. Will not, because police black people every day, and you will never get a taste of it, because you just sat here and yelled at him with all your white male privilege. You are white. With it. I'm aware, but I don't say who the will. Who the will? Because you don't listen to people who don't look like you, so who the else is gonna say it?
You're the only one being racial right now. I've not said one singular thing about race.
Historically, white people are the only people who have ever oppressed anybody. You can't be racist towards a white person. I said you're a white man, so you won't get by the police. Will not, because police black people every day, and you will never get a taste of it, because you just sat here and yelled at him with all your white male privilege.
You are white.
With it.
I mean, I don't want them to change at all. I want them to keep doing this.
I'm aware,
Keep going.
but I don't say who the will. Who the will? Because you don't listen to people who don't look like you, so who the else is gonna say it?
You're the only one being racial right now. I've not said one singular thing about race.
Historically, white people are the only people who have ever oppressed anybody. You can't be racist towards a white person. I said you're.
Just keep going. I'm not even complaining. Just keep doing that. Keep doing that. Must react to Destiny debating Kano Boy. Kano Boy retired after this debate. Kano Boy was a campaign. Yeah, I've seen most of Kano Boy stuff recently. He's been very visible over the past few weeks. It's debating opening a business, which is employees from being owned by one person instead of each person who wants to run a business. Yeah. Business plan to be approved by a government institution. That is more like an NOK or non-fund kind of thing. That is more economics. That's something I normally touch on. Wants to socialize ownership by consent. Wants the state to own 80% of the business. They're independent. Yeah. I've seen a lot of I'd rather watch any lunatic shout rapid fire. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Econo Boy has been very visible for the past couple weeks. He came out, quote unquote, as a socialist, and he made his way onto Live and Learn with Pondering Politics and Hutch and Pisco. And it's been interesting watching him navigate this journey of him very visible. Yeah, I know. I've watched basically almost every debate or interview he's had over the past few weeks, because he was very much a ghost, or he was very much like he was very in the shadows. He would just show up, in Discord calls from time to time. But now he's, on the scene essentially. So I've seen a lot of his back and forths with with Live and Learn, with Pisco, with Adam and Sitch. He was on Adam and Sitch the other day, I think. I've seen him talk with Destiny before. I just don't have too much to say about. I don't have too much to say about economic models. That's bigger than me. I'm not smart enough to debate economics. I'm sure you guys and some other people out there, can wrestle with economics better than I can. Yeah. He said he would stop being retired if he had earned a big enough amount of money to support himself. Yeah. 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 There's only one conversation that I'm going to have about economics at some point, and that's with NOK, because NOK said that it was something new that he was working with, and he wanted to share it with me. So I'll probably talk to NOK at some point about economics. I know NOK loves economics. I struggle through it. But I'm always happy to hear NOK's ideas about things in general. So and that's not to say that I'm not interested in Econo Boy or anything, but there was a debate that they all had on the Live and Learn podcast from like 2 weeks ago. I want to say, I'm not sure how long ago it was, but it was basically Josiah and Econo Boy and Pisco and Hutch talking about who the real enemy is, essentially, in terms of electoralism and winning elections. And it seemed like half the panel was divided on, do we have to fight the left or do we have to fight MAGA, basically, which was infinitely much more interesting topic to me than economics. Yeah, but it seemed like it was divided between. Actually, maybe it was more like Hutch versus everybody. Hutch was just like really obsessed with this idea that it's gonna be so hard for us, meaning them, to win elections going forward if the left is not on our side. If we don't have them in our corner, whereas everybody else on the panel was like, no, we need to fight MAGA. We need to defeat people on the right. And Hutch was the only person that was saying, no, I don't think you guys understand how big of a threat this is to not have some, like, the fact that we have these people that basically agree with us on almost everything except a couple little things, and we can't get them to fucking just be with us. one day every 4 years to make sure that we vote the right person into the fucking most powerful position in the entire fucking planet, right? Hutch was I agreed with Hutch. I was like, Hutch, that actually is correct. Saturday on ethics, he was live with a guy named Nevin Gusick after the Switch discussion. Okay. Well, I mean, look, I'm sure, but well, first of all, I mean, I'm probably gonna go at some point, but even if I turned on a fucking a discussion about economics right now, I would fall asleep. I would fucking pass out right here, and I would just fucking fall asleep. The conversation that they were having about, the future of the left, which I know leftists don't consider them the left at all. In fact, the left considers them right wing. But regardless of where you fall on that spectrum, it doesn't matter. I mean, Hutch was the only person saying that it's a bigger threat to consider the idea that we cannot get these people who are adamantly anti-fascist, anti-Trump, anti all these things to agree with us on enough things to get us to vote for a Biden or for a Kamala. And everybody else is like, no, we need to fight MAGA. Pisco, anti-MAGA. Josiah, anti-MAGA. Fucking everybody, it's just like totally anti-MAGA. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, like it doesn't take anything to be anti-MAGA. You know, it does not take much to do that. But it does take a lot to figure out a way to get like the Vanguard or, you know, like all these other like left, certainly more leftist than them types to get in line at some point. Biden 2028? Yeah, exactly. That's not freedom, personal choice. People must not give up the right to build financial security as they see fit. Sake of satisfying its desire for more qualities. Natural principles are part of their needs. Financial security desires. I argue the egalitarian's push for equality can conflict with this inherent self-regard. Sure. Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah. But fucking economics. I'm already fucking falling asleep. I've been streaming for like almost 7 hours right now. So there's no way economics is going to keep me up. But this is what I will do. I will send you over to somebody who will talk about it. So, yeah. So I'm out. I'll probably be on tonight, but I will say that I will most likely be working. You know I finished the project I was working on, but I got a new project. It's less demanding, so I should be able to like at least react and interact more. But yeah, I'm gonna send you over to Gustix. And yeah, that's it. So, thank you, Grand, Sussy, Conrad, XMB, Jesus, everybody. Yep, no problem. I'll see you guys later. I'll probably be on tonight. Peace.
And we're white. What?
Something's here.
It's getting close. How was your stream, man?
At last, my love has come along.
StockX is here to get you right for the first day of school. From iconic sneakers to backpacks, hats, electronics, and accessories, StockX has you covered. Unbox the hottest brands and styles and get it delivered for that first day statement with express shipping. Just like that, your first day fit is on the way. That's how StockX makes it easy to grab what everyone's talking about. Whether you're in your rebrand era or reintroducing yourself to a new class. StockX, now you know.
Yeah, we're just learning about him, dog. Like it. How was your stream, man?
Something's here.
It's getting close. Save yourself.
Rated E to M. How many links does it take to get to the center? I have no idea, but it only takes a few lines of code to send a text message with Twilio. Sign up for a free account today.
System of chattel slavery was
Slavery? What? The defense secretary shared this?
overseen and conducted by fallen human beings, and there were horrendous abuses, and there were also people who owned slaves who were decent human beings and didn't mistreat them. I think that system of chattel slavery was an unbiblical system, and I'm grateful it's gone.
What he also wants gone? Same-sex marriage, because he thinks